Hello, night wanderers, and welcome to Crowvane Manor, where old walls hold forgotten secrets and a calm voice guides you gently into sleep. Before tonight's stories begin, I'd love to know where you're listening from. Leave your city, state, or country in the comments below. It's always wonderful to see how far the stories of Crowvane Manor travel. Just a quick note before we enter the darkness. You may hear a few short ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the rest of the video will be completely ad-free. No more interruptions. Just you, the quiet night, and the stories waiting inside the manor. Now settle into bed, close your eyes, and let the worries of the day slowly fade away. If you enjoy peaceful nights filled with mystery, please like the video, subscribe to Crowvane Manor, and turn on notifications so you never miss a new story. The doors are open. Come inside and let tonight's journey begin. My mother kept every birthday card I ever gave her. I didn't know that until after she died. She died in a hospital after a short illness that became serious much faster than any of us expected. There are whole weeks from that period that I barely remember clearly. Hospitals have a way of turning time into something artificial. Hours are measured by medication schedules, visiting hours, blood pressure checks, and the sound of machines that never seem to stop beeping. When she was gone, the hospital packed up what little she had with her. Clothes, slippers, reading glasses, phone charger, a paperback with a folded receipt marking her place. Everything went into a plain cardboard box. My aunt picked it up and brought it to my apartment. I left it beside the closet for almost 4 months. I couldn't open it. People always say grief comes in waves. Mine felt more like rooms. Some memories I could enter, others I kept the door closed. That cardboard box was one of those doors. Then one Sunday afternoon, I decided I was tired of looking at it. I opened it. The hospital things were on top. Her sweater still smelled faintly like the hand cream she used. That nearly made me close the box again. I kept going. Near the bottom, beneath a folder of medical paperwork, I found a bundle of old birthday cards tied together with a faded blue ribbon. At first, I didn't understand what they were. Then, I recognized the top one. Construction paper, a crooked cake drawn in crayon. Happy birthday, Mom, written in the handwriting of a child who had only recently discovered capital letters. Mine, I laughed. Actually laughed. First time in days. I untied the ribbon. There were dozens. Every birthday card I could remember giving her. And some I had completely forgotten. Elementary school projects decorated with glitter. Cards I had bought with my allowance. Cheap joke cards from when I was a teenager and thought being sarcastic counted as personality. One from college with an apology written inside because I had mailed it 3 days late. Even the terrible handmade card I put together one year at almost midnight after realizing I had forgotten her birthday entirely. She kept that one, too. I sat on the floor and read through them in order. For a little while, it was nice. Sad, but nice. Then I noticed the dates. Inside every card, usually in the top right corner, my mother had written the date she received it. That wasn't strange. My mother labeled everything. Photographs, recipes, Christmas ornaments. She even wrote dates on the backs of grocery lists if she thought there was a chance she might want them later. But beneath every date was a number. The first card I checked had 14. The next, 15. Then, 16. At first, I assumed the numbers referred to the cards themselves. Maybe she had numbered them. But that didn't fit. I counted. The card marked 14 had been given to her when I was 13. The one marked 15 came from when I was 14. The pattern continued. Every number was exactly 1 year ahead of my age at the time. My 18th birthday year, 19, 21st, 22, 25th, 26. It was so consistent that I knew it wasn't accidental. Then I found the notes. Most cards had only the date and number. A few had something else beneath them. Short sentences. Not sentimental, not messages. Observations. The card from when I was 16 had still the same. The next year, voice unchanged. Then, remembers the dog. Another, scar still present. One from my early 20s, no reaction to Creek story. The card from when I was 27 said, still avoids the North Woods. I read that one several times. North Woods? I didn't know what that meant. I kept going. The notes became less frequent as I got older, but somehow more unsettling. Nothing changed after move. No dreams reported. Asked about age. Answer correct. At 30, still no memory. Then the final card. My mother had received it 6 months before she died. I was 31. The number written beneath the date was 32. Under that, still here. I sat on the floor for almost an hour holding that card. Still here. Not. Still healthy. Still himself. Just still here. The obvious explanation was that grief was making harmless notes feel sinister. My mother had probably been tracking something medical, development, behavior, maybe some private joke I had forgotten. But then why had she started when I was a child? And why was every number 1 year ahead? I called my aunt. She was my mother's older sister, and they had always been close. I didn't tell her everything at first. I just asked, did Mom ever write numbers in my birthday cards? Silence. Not confusion. Not, what do you mean? Silence. That was enough to make me sit up. Aunt Linda? What numbers? I told her. 14 when I was 13. 15 when I was 14. All the way to 32. Then I mentioned the notes. Still the same. Voice unchanged. Remembers the dog. My aunt didn't speak for so long, I checked whether the call had dropped. Are you there? Yes, what is this? She exhaled. Then asked, do you remember getting lost on the camping trip? I frowned. What camping trip? When you were 6. Of course I remembered the story. Not the event itself. The story. It had been told at family gatherings for years. We had gone camping with my parents, my aunt and uncle, cousins, and a few family friends. Some state campground near a large wooded area. I wandered away. Nobody noticed for maybe 15 minutes. Then, everyone panicked. Adults searched. Park staff helped. Eventually, police came. A few hours later, I walked back toward the campground on my own. Dirty, hungry, apparently completely calm. The way my father told it, I was more upset that dinner had been delayed than about being missing. It became one of those embarrassing childhood stories parents use forever. Remember when you got lost and nearly killed us from stress? Everyone laughed. Everyone except my mother, now that I thought about it. What about it? I asked. My aunt said, your mother never thought you came back alone. I actually laughed. What? She thought something followed you. Like an animal? No, the way she said it made my stomach tighten. What did she think followed me? I don't know. You just said, she never told me exactly. You knew she was writing these notes? Another pause. I knew some. What are the numbers? I don't know. That answer came too quickly. You do? No, Aunt Linda. I don't. Then why did you go quiet? Her voice became irritated. Because your mother spent 25 years worried about that trip, and I didn't want to put that on you after she was gone. What happened? She saw something. In the woods? Yes, what? I think you should come here. I drove to her house the next morning. She had coffee ready. That was how I knew she was nervous. My aunt makes tea. Always, coffee was what she made when she needed something to do with her hands. We sat at the kitchen table. She asked to see the cards. I had brought several. She looked at the numbers and closed her eyes. You've seen these before. No, you knew. I knew she checked you. Checked me for what? She rubbed her forehead. When you came back from the woods, your mother thought something was wrong. Was I hurt? No. Acting strange? That was the problem. What? You weren't acting strange. I waited. That makes no sense. You were 6 years old. You had been missing for almost 4 hours in thick woods. It was getting dark. Everyone was panicking. Then you just walked out. I've heard that. You weren't crying. So? You weren't afraid. Maybe I didn't understand. Maybe, she looked down at the cards. Your mother kept asking where you had been. What did I say? You said you followed Dad. My father had been dead for 9 years by then, so there was no one to ask now. Dad was searching for me. Yes, so? You said you saw him in the woods and followed him. That sounds normal. Your father was on the opposite side of the campground the entire time. I felt something move through my stomach. Did anyone tell me that? No. Why not? Because you were 6. She continued. According to my aunt, when I came back, I said Dad had found me. I described walking behind him. I said he never spoke. I said he kept moving between the trees. Whenever I got tired, he waited. When I got close, he walked farther. Eventually, he led me back toward the campground. But my father had been with the search team at the southern end of the property. Several adults were with him. There was no way he could have been the person I followed. What did Mom see? My aunt looked toward the window. During the search, she saw a man standing in the woods. Dad? Know who? She didn't know. He was helping search? That's what she thought. The figure stood beyond the main trail, partly hidden between trees. Still, for hours. Every time my mother moved to another section of the search area, she saw him again. Same distance, same position. Never walking, never calling, never helping, just watching. At one point, my mother tried approaching. The figure stepped behind a tree. She hurried toward it. Nobody there. 10 minutes later, it was standing farther away. What did it look like? She wouldn't describe the face. Why? She said she couldn't. Too dark? No, my aunt looked directly at me. She said every time she tried remembering the face, she remembered yours instead. That made me uncomfortable enough that I stood and walked to the counter. I didn't know what to say. My aunt continued. The night after you came home, she saw it behind your house. What? Tree line. We lived near woods then. She said it stayed until sunrise. And Dad? Never saw it. You? No? Nobody? Only your mother. I thought about the birthday notes. Still here. My aunt nodded slowly. She thought it followed you home. I wanted to dismiss all of it. My mother had been terrified. Her 6-year-old disappeared. People under extreme stress see things. Memory distorts. Parents become overprotective. That explanation made sense. The notes could have been a private way of tracking whether I had changed after the trauma. But the numbers still bothered me. 1 year ahead. Always, I asked my aunt again. What do the numbers mean? She shook her head. I honestly don't know. I believed her that time. The next few weeks became an obsession. Grief does strange things. Instead of properly processing my mother's death, I turned her fear into a project. I searched boxes, photo albums, desk drawers, old files, anything she had written. I found notebooks. Most were ordinary. Grocery lists, appointments, recipes, reminders to call people. Then, occasionally, pages about me. Not about grades, not health. Observations, March 12. Footsteps outside his bedroom again. 2:13 a.m. No prints. March 14. He says he slept well. March 20. Figure at tree line when he played outside. Same height. April 2. Dog refuses back door after dark. That caught me. We had a dog when I was little. Buster, golden retriever mix. I remembered him. He died when I was 13. One birthday card, it said, remembers the dog. Why would remembering Buster matter? I kept reading. May 9, asked him camping story. Remembers getting lost, not following father. That was interesting. Apparently, at some point, my childhood version of events had changed. When I first came back, I said I followed Dad. Later, I forgot, or changed the story. Another entry, June 18, he woke crying, says the other one was outside, would not explain. I had no memory of that. Then, August 3, muddy footprints on porch ceiling after storm. 5 total, no marks below. I stared at that sentence. Ceiling, not floor. I remembered the old porch, low roof, wood beams. How would muddy footprints get overhead? A later entry said. Richard says raccoon, not raccoon. Richard was my father. Then came repeated mentions of the figure. At school fence, across the creek, near the highway, behind our house, always far away, always beyond some boundary. My mother called it the tall one. Never ghost, never man after the first few years. Just the tall one. One entry from when I was 10, he looked toward it today. First time I've seen him do that. When I asked what he saw, he said nothing. Then another, number 11, next month. Still no change. That was the first place the numbers appeared outside the cards. I flipped backward. I found number 7. Then number 8 soon. Watch voice. Then 9. Still himself. My heart started pounding. The numbers were ages, but 1 year ahead. If I was 6, 7. If I was 7, 8. My mother wasn't recording my current age. She was counting something else. I went through everything. Eventually, I found the notebook from the camping trip. The pages before it were normal. Shopping list. Phone numbers. A reminder about my dentist appointment. Then a date. The day I disappeared. Her handwriting changed. Messier, harder, 2:40 p.m., missing 35 men. 3:05, police here. 3:17, saw man near Western Trail, maybe volunteer. 3:45, same man, has not moved. 4:12, still there. 4:20, tried approaching. Gone then, 4:37, saw him again. Next line underlined twice, he is wearing Daniel's jacket. Daniel is my name. I stopped. I read it again. The timestamp was more than an hour before I returned. My mother had seen someone in the forest wearing my jacket. I was missing. She continued, too tall to be him. Same color, same stripe on sleeve, no face. Later, 5:08. Richard says I'm imagining it. 5:21. Figure closer. 5:44. They found Daniel. Then he came from East Trail. Figure was west. That alone nearly made me close the book. Instead, I kept reading. That evening, Daniel says Dad brought him back. Richard was with me. Asked what Dad said. Daniel says nothing. Asked what Dad looked like. Daniel says wet. My father had not been wet. Clear weather. No rain. Next morning, tall, one behind house. Daniel sleeping. It has his jacket. Still too tall. Stayed until sunup. Then the final line, I think it learned him while he was missing. I shut the notebook. For several days, I did nothing. I went to work. Ate, barely slept. Tried convincing myself my mother had suffered some kind of long-term trauma after almost losing me. Then I found the photograph. It was inside an envelope-marked camp. Dozens of pictures. Tents, food, my cousins, my father holding a fish. Normal family photographs. Then, one of the search. Probably taken by a park employee or relative. Several volunteers standing between trees. Flashlights. My mother near the foreground. Someone had circled a dark shape at the edge with red pen. Tall between two trunks. I scanned it. Zoomed. The figure wore a jacket. My jacket. Blue with a white stripe down each sleeve. Except the body was adult-sized. Tall, too thin. The face was mostly shadow. The timestamp was 4:01 p.m., almost 2 hours before I returned. I stared until my eyes hurt. Then I noticed something else. The figure wasn't looking toward the searchers. It was looking toward the camera. I called my aunt. She cried when I told her. Then she said, "There's something your mother made me promise not to tell you." I nearly shouted at her. "What now?" "When you came back, she checked you. For injuries? For everything." "What does that mean?" "She made you take off your clothes." Apparently, my mother looked over every inch of me. No cuts, no bites, no bruises. Then she found something on my back. A small birthmark. I have had one just below my right shoulder blade my whole life. I thought I was born with it. My aunt said I wasn't. "You're sure?" "I helped bathe you when you were a baby." "What kind of mark?" "Brown, oval, that was exactly it. It appeared after the woods." Yes, my mother became obsessed with it. Photographed it every birthday. Measured it. That explained the numbers. Not age. Size, I pulled off my shirt and checked. The mark was roughly an inch long. My aunt told me it started at 7 millimeters. 7, then 8. 9 by my 13th birthday, 14. The numbers were not a year ahead. They were measurements. Millimeters. It had grown almost exactly 1 millimeter every year. I felt suddenly sick. What happens at 32? I don't know. My current mark measured 32 millimeters, just over 3 centimeters. The last card, 32, still here. I went through my mother's medical files and found photographs. Year after year, the birthmark growing. Slowly, perfectly, 1 millimeter each year. Then, when I compared the images, I realized it wasn't simply expanding. The shape was becoming clearer. At 7 millimeters, just a brown spot. At 14, slightly curved. At 22, branching. At 30, unmistakable. It looked like a person. A tall body, long limbs, standing between two vertical lines. Trees, the mark on my back, was becoming the photograph. I went to a dermatologist. I told him nothing about the forest. He examined it. Said it looked unusual, but benign. I insisted on biopsy. The result came back strange. Not cancer, not infection. But the lab noted that the pigmentation pattern extended deeper than expected. They suggested removing it. I agreed immediately. Minor procedure. Local anesthetic. They cut the entire thing out. I watched the doctor place it in a specimen container. For the first time in weeks, I felt relief. 3 days later, I removed the dressing. The mark was back. Not around the stitches. Under them. Visible beneath the healing skin. 33 millimeters. I was still 31. I called the dermatology office. The specimen had disappeared. Not lost exactly. The container was still there. Label intact. Empty, I drove to my aunt's house. She looked at the mark and started crying. Then told me my mother had tried removing it once before. I was 8. She took me to a doctor because she said the spot was changing. The doctor removed it. Same thing. It came back. That was when my mother started writing. Still the same. Voice unchanged. Remembers the dog. She wasn't tracking whether the mark was dangerous. She was testing whether I was still me. Every birthday. Every year. She would ask questions indirectly. "Do you remember Buster? Do you remember your teacher? Do you remember this vacation? Do you remember this song?" I thought she was sentimental. She was checking continuity. The last note, still here, meaning Daniel is still here, not replaced, not yet. That night I dreamed about the woods. First time I can remember. I was 6, walking between trees. My father ahead. Except I knew it wasn't him. He never looked back. His jacket was wet. Water dripped from the sleeves. I followed anyway. Eventually we reached a small creek. The false father stopped. Across the water stood another child. Me, same jacket. same face. The child stared. The thing wearing Dad's shape pointed at him, then pointed at me. It asked, which one came in? I woke screaming. There was mud on my bedroom floor, bare footprints. Small, child-sized. They started beside my bed, crossed the room, stopped at the wall. No prints leading in. I didn't sleep at home the next night. Hotel, same dream. Except this time there were 3 versions of me across the creek. A 6-year-old, a teenager, me now. The false father asked, which one came out? I woke at 3:17. My shoulder burned. The mark measured 34 millimeters. It had grown 1 millimeter overnight. That broke the yearly pattern. I started reading my mother's notes again. Near the end of one notebook, I found something I had missed, written a year before her death, growth slowing while I'm watching. Then, when I'm gone, no one will count. I finally understood what she believed. The cards were not records. They were anchors. Every year she measured. Every year she checked memories. Every year she wrote down that I was still myself. By observing me, she was fixing something in place, keeping the version that came home stable. Her death removed the witness. Now the mark was growing faster. I called my aunt and asked her to start documenting me. She agreed. Daily calls. Questions, memories, photographs. For a week, the mark stopped at 34. Then my aunt called one morning. She sounded confused. Why have you been sending me pictures of your back? My blood went cold. You know why. No, Aunt Linda. I'm serious. You told me about the camping trip. Silence. What camping trip? I drove there immediately. She remembered me getting lost, but only as the funny family story. No figure. No mother's fear. No mark. I showed her the photograph. She saw only trees. The circled figure was gone for her. Still visible to me. Whatever was happening had started removing witnesses. My mother hadn't simply been the only person who believed. She had been the only person the thing couldn't make forget. Why? I found the answer in one final envelope. A letter addressed to me. My mother had written, if you are reading this, I failed to stay long enough. I had to stop several times. She explained that when I disappeared at 6, she eventually left the official search path. She followed the tall figure. It led her to a creek. There she saw me. 2 of me. One child standing on each bank. Same clothes, same face. Neither speaking. She could not tell which was real. Then one said, Mom. The other said nothing. She ran toward the one who spoke. The silent one smiled. Then vanished behind a tree. The child she grabbed was me. Or the version of me she chose. My father never knew. She told him she simply found me walking back. Her letter said, I have spent 25 years asking myself whether I chose correctly. Then I think choice made you real. That sentence destroyed me. What if there had never been a correct version? What if the woods created a copy and waited for someone to decide? My mother chose one, loved one, remembered one, measured one, and that became me. The other remained in the trees. Growing, learning, waiting, she wrote, it appears 1 year older than you in dreams. I had never told her about the recent dream. Then, that is why the mark is always ahead, not larger. Ahead, I looked at the numbers again. Maybe millimeters were only how she explained them. Maybe each measurement represented the age of something else. At 13, mark 14. At 31, mark 32. The thing was always 1 year older, practicing the next version before I reached it. My mother's final warning, do not let it stand beside you when the numbers match. I didn't understand. They had never matched. Then I realized. The last card was 6 months before she died. I was 31. Mark, 32. Now I am 32, and the mark is 34 millimeters. It has moved ahead again, unless the number was never my age, unless she meant something else. Last week, I returned to the campground. I know that sounds insane, but I needed answers. Most of the area had changed. New parking lot, different signs, some trails closed. The woods looked smaller than I remembered. I found the creek, or what I thought was the creek. There were two paths leading toward it. A park ranger told me take the left. Right one looped strangely. I nearly laughed. Instead, I asked, "What do you mean strangely?" He shrugged. "People get turned around." I took the left. After 20 minutes, I reached water. The forest became quiet. Instantly, no birds, no wind, no footsteps. I stopped. Across the creek stood a man, my age, my jacket. The same blue jacket from when I was 6, stretched impossibly across an adult body. His face looked like mine. Almost one eye slightly too low, mouth too wide, skin pale and swollen as if left underwater. He pointed to my shoulder, then showed me his. No mark. I understood. The mark wasn't his presence entering me. It was mine. A label, a boundary, something my mother's attention had kept attached to the version she chose. I shouted, "Who are you?" He smiled. My voice answered from across the creek. "The one she left. Then she kept you. I couldn't move. You're not real." He tilted his head. "Neither were you." That hurt because some part of me believed it. He stepped into the water, no splash. The creek rose around his legs. His body seemed to become more distorted the deeper he went. Waterlogged, like the figure from the photograph had never been a separate thing. It had always been the rejected version of me, wearing whatever shape my mother could tolerate remembering. I backed away. He continued. Same distance. I moved faster. Same distance. Exactly like the stories from the bamboo path. No matter how far I retreated, the creek stayed between us. Then I heard my mother. Behind me. "Daniel," I turned. She stood between the trees. Healthy, younger, exactly how I remembered her before the hospital. I nearly ran to her, then stopped. My mother had warned me. Memory was part of the problem. "Are you her?" She smiled sadly. "You know. No, if you need me to be." That answer terrified me. Across the creek, the duplicate laughed. "Choose again." That was what the woods wanted. Not death. Decision. A witness selecting which version counted. My mother had done it once. Now she was gone. There was nobody left to choose for me. Except me. I closed my eyes. I said my name. My birthday. My dog. My first school. My father. My mother. Every memory I could. Not because those things proved I was original. They didn't. A copy could remember them. But they proved something else. Continuity. I had lived 32 years. Loved people. Lost people. Made choices. Whatever happened in those woods at 6, the person who came home became a life. That had to matter. I opened my eyes. My mother was gone. The duplicate remained. I said, "You can be the original." His smile vanished. "What?" "I don't care." He stopped moving. "If you went into the woods and I came out, fine." The creek began rippling. "You're real. Yes, so am I." His face twisted. Not anger. Confusion, I understood then. It needed rejection. One version had to be wrong, one abandoned. That difference kept the split alive. My mother's fear had protected me, but it had also preserved the other. Every birthday note, still the same. Still here, meaning that one is him. The other is not. 30 years of choosing. 30 years of separation. I stepped toward the water. The duplicate stepped backward. For the first time, the distance changed. "You're me," I said. "No, whatever happened at 6, you're part of it." "No." I entered the creek. Cold, very cold. The figure began swelling, water filling the face, skin splitting, the same body from the photograph. I kept moving. It screamed. My voice, my 6-year-old voice, my adult voice, my mother's, my father's, all layered. I reached the middle. The duplicate stood directly in front of me. Same height, same face beneath the water damage. It whispered, "If there's one, which one leaves?" I answered, "Both." Then I touched it. The forest exploded with sound. Birds, wind, water, my own breathing. Memories hit me. 2 versions. A child following his father, a child hiding beside a creek, one hearing searchers, one hearing nothing, one seeing a tall figure, one becoming it. Not separate lives. Incomplete pieces of one frightened child's memory. Maybe supernatural, maybe something stranger. But for the first time, I remembered what actually happened when I got lost. I had fallen into the creek. The water was deeper then. Flooded, I hit my head. I remember sinking. I remember seeing my father on the bank, except he wasn't there. Then hands pulled me out. Whose? I don't know. Maybe a searcher. Maybe my mother. Maybe something else. I woke in the woods hours later and walked home. But part of that event never fit. My mind had split the memory. The forest had done something with the missing part, turned uncertainty into a person. I woke lying beside the creek. Daylight, no duplicate. My shoulder burned. I checked the mark. Gone, only the old biopsy scar remained. I cried. I laughed. Then I left. For 2 months, nothing happened. No figure, no dreams, no photographs changing. My aunt suddenly remembered everything again. She called me crying one morning and asked why she had forgotten. I didn't know. I thought it was over. Then yesterday, I found the birthday cards. I had stored them in a sealed box after reading my mother's letter. The ribbon was still tied. I opened the latest card. 32. Still here. But there was another line beneath it. New handwriting. Mine, I don't remember writing it. Now only one. I stared at those words. Relief, then fear. Because the wording could mean 2 different things. One version survived, or one version remains to be replaced. Last night, I dreamed of the camping trip again. I was 6. My mother stood by the creek. 2 children faced her. She looked between us, crying. Then she chose. Except this time I saw where the other child went. He didn't disappear. He walked behind my mother, followed her home, stayed outside the tree line. Year after year, watching, growing, always 1 year ahead because he wasn't copying me. He was waiting for me to catch up to the age he had already become. Then, the dream changed. My mother died. The figure finally stepped closer. Birthday after birthday, memory after memory, until the creek, until I touched him, until 2 became 1. I woke before sunrise. There was someone standing beside my bed. My mother, or a copy, or a memory. She looked at me and asked, "Which one came home?" I told her I did. She smiled. Then, "Which one is speaking?" I couldn't answer. She disappeared. This morning, I looked through the old camping photograph one last time. The figure between the trees is gone, for the first time, but the photograph has changed in another way. There are 2 children standing beside my mother, both wearing the same jacket. One is holding her hand, the other is looking directly at the camera. I showed my aunt. She sees only one child. Of course. I asked, "Which one?" She pointed to the child holding my mother's hand. I see him too. Then I looked at the other. He has my face. Not the swollen version, not distorted. Me, exactly as I look now. 32 years old, standing in a photograph taken when I was 6, and on the back of the picture, beneath my mother's handwriting, someone has added a sentence. The ink is still wet. You were never 1 year behind. You were 32 years late. I don't know what that means yet, but I have started seeing the tall figure again. Not in the woods, in places where memory should be simple. The reflection in my dark television, the end of my apartment hallway, across the parking lot at work. It doesn't wear my childhood jacket anymore. It wears what I am wearing. Always. And now the distance between us is getting shorter. My mother spent the rest of her life believing something followed me out of those woods. I think she was wrong. Something didn't follow me out. One of us came home. One of us stayed behind. And after 32 years, we finally touched. The problem is that I still don't know whether that put me back together, or gave the thing in the woods everything it had been missing. When I first heard about it, I was walking nowhere in particular. That was something I did a lot in those days. The land around me was dry enough to split. Hard brown earth showed through the thin grass, and little patches of golden dirt filled the cracks like grain poured between old floorboards. Far away, low hills rose from the horizon, some narrow and pointed like ears of corn. What little grass remained grew thickest on their tops. Closer to me, the ground was less pleasant. Broken stones hid beneath the sand. Bleached bones lay in shallow places where the wind had uncovered them. Every so often, I passed the remains of some animal unlucky enough to die, where nothing could bury it. Some were only ribs and skulls. Others still had hides stretched over them like dirty leather. None of it bothered me much. After the war, it took something stronger than a dead cow to disturb me. I kept walking. The sun had been following me for most of the day, and by evening it had pulled every bit of moisture from my body. My lips had split in several places. My tongue felt too large for my mouth. My feet had swollen inside my boots until each step felt as though I were walking on bruises. I stopped long enough to take out a cigarette. The paper barely registered against my cracked lips. The first match went out in the wind. The second caught. I cupped both hands around it and drew until the end of the cigarette glowed orange. That little light made me feel better. Stupid, perhaps, but a man learns to appreciate small fires when he has spent enough time in dark places. I continued west. Somewhere behind me was town. I knew that much. Somewhere ahead was probably nothing worth finding. That suited me. I had been sent out looking for a farmer's missing dog, which was about as important a duty as a lawman could expect, in a place where nearly everyone knew everyone else. And real trouble came only when whiskey, cards, or old grudges got involved. The dog had disappeared the previous evening. Black and tan coonhound. Female, large, answered to honey. The farmer was convinced coyotes had taken her. His wife thought someone stole her. Their boy had cried until the farmer came into town asking for help. I had no good reason to take the matter myself. I could have told them the dog would return. Could have asked one of the deputies to look. Instead, I volunteered. I think I wanted an excuse to leave town. That was true of most things I did after coming home from the war. I had once been proud of being useful. There had been a time when I liked people needing me. A badge meant something then. A uniform meant something. Duty, service, responsibility, words men say easily before they learn what those words can demand. The war changed that. When I returned, I found myself dreading the sound of my own name if somebody called it too urgently. A farmer running toward me meant something had happened. A woman knocking on my door after midnight meant somebody was hurt. A telegram meant death. A badge made people look at you as if you could fix whatever had gone wrong. And I had grown frightened of being required. That was the shameful part. It wasn't that I stopped caring. I cared too much. I simply didn't want anyone depending on me anymore. So when people needed help, some childish part of me wanted to run in the opposite direction. I sometimes imagined myself as a boy sitting on a fence at sundown, staring at all the empty country beyond the fields, while knowing perfectly well that his father expected him to plant before dark. The unknown called. Responsibility called louder. Most decent men choose responsibility. I was never sure anymore which kind of man I was. The missing dog gave me both, a duty that also let me disappear. So I walked. Near sunset, I passed a shallow cave in a low wall of rock. Something inside hissed. Another animal answered with a rough croaking sound. I stopped. The opening was black. A heap of remains lay near the entrance. Bones, hide, fat, something oily. The smell hit me a moment later. Rotten grease mixed with sweetness. The sort of smell that sticks behind the nose even after you leave it. I nearly vomited. "Enjoy your supper," I muttered. Whatever lived inside hissed again. I moved on. The wind strengthened as daylight weakened. That worried me. I had left signs for myself during the walk. A broken twig. A stone turned white side up, heel marks in soft dirt. Nothing complicated. But the wind had begun erasing them. Sand moved across my tracks almost as soon as I made them. Eventually, I realized I had no reliable idea which direction I had come from. I looked toward the sky. A few early stars had appeared. I knew enough to use them. Or thought I did. That was the danger with a little knowledge. A man who knows nothing asks for help. A man who knows a little gets himself lost confidently. I chose a direction. Kept walking. The country changed gradually. Dry earth became taller grass. By the time the sun touched the horizon, I was standing in the middle of a field that reached my belt. The stalks were long and thin, almost silver where the fading light struck them. When the wind moved through, whole sections bent together. The field seemed to breathe. That was where I saw the shape. At first, only the top of it. Dark, large, moving slowly through the grass. I stopped. The grass flattened. 4 legs. Canine, but far too big for any dog I wanted to meet alone. My hand moved toward my pistol. I wore an old revolver on my hip. Reliable enough. Rust around part of the frame. The leather holster had softened with years. My fingers rested near the grip. The animal made a sound. Not a growl. A weak groan. Tired, almost miserable. I stood my ground. My body wanted to run. My legs were too tired to cooperate, which was probably helpful. The thing stopped. For 1 second, I thought I saw red eyes glowing above the grass. Blood, colored. Then it raised its head. Slowly, carefully, black muzzle, tan markings, long ears. I stared. The animal stared back. Then its tail moved. Once, twice, hard enough to crush the grass behind it. I let out a breath. Well, the dog stepped toward me. Huge, yes, but unmistakably a coonhound. A worn paper tag had been tied around her collar. I squinted at the writing. Honey. I laughed despite myself. "Well, it's good to meet you, Miss Honey." She gave me the sort of exhausted expression only a dog can give a man. For a moment, I actually felt disappointed. I had spent all afternoon imagining whatever had taken that dog. Coyotes, a mountain lion, some criminal with nothing better to do. By sunset, after enough walking and too little water. I had nearly convinced myself I was hunting one of the old Kentucky hellhounds people told stories about. Instead, I had found a big, sleepy dog. That should have pleased me. It did. Mostly, Honey approached cautiously. I lowered my hand from the pistol, held it toward her muzzle. She sniffed, then pushed her nose into my palm. "Yeah," I said, "you're terrifying." Her tail beat the grass. She was unusually large for a female coonhound. Not impossible, just impressive. Maybe the biggest puppy in her litter. She leaned against my leg with so much weight that I nearly fell. "You're going to make me carry you next, aren't you?" She wagged again. I scratched behind one ear. Her fur was dusty. No blood, no obvious injuries. Mostly hungry and frightened. I wondered what had made her travel so far. Dogs chase scents. That was the simple answer. I should have accepted it. Instead, I looked in the direction from which she had come. The grass stood tall, nothing else. Still, she kept glancing backward. Not curious. Nervous? Something back there? Her ears flattened. She turned away from that side of the field. That was enough for me. No argument. We walked toward the nearest hill. The climb was slow. My feet had become almost numb. Honey wandered ahead, then returned to check whether I was following. By the time we reached the top, the sun was disappearing. I had hated that landscape during the afternoon. Brown, dry, dead under sunset, it changed. The western sky burned orange and red. The land became dark beneath it. For a few minutes, it looked like the whole world ended in fire. Then the fire sank below the horizon. The moon rose behind us, large, white, surrounded by smaller stars. Honey sat beside my boots. I stood there, looking out. For the first time in weeks, perhaps months, I felt completely peaceful. Nothing needed me. Nobody was shouting. No guns, no wounded men, no officers, no families waiting for bad news. Just me, a dog. Wind, sky. Sometimes a man doesn't realize how noisy his mind has become until everything goes quiet. I closed my eyes. My whole body hurt. Calves, feet, back. I wanted to lie down in the grass and sleep. Instead, I reached into my pocket for the old metal matchbox I carried. It had belonged to Judge Halpern before the war. He gave it to me after I helped him with something years ago. The lid barely closed anymore. 2 matches remained. I pulled out a cigarette. The wind almost killed the flame. I cupped my hands around it. The match glowed between my fingers like a tiny captured star. For a second, I just watched it. Then I lit the cigarette. Inhaled, smoke filled my lungs. I wished it could absorb everything else inside me. Fear, anger, shame, the faces I remembered. The things I had done because someone told me they were necessary. I exhaled. Smoke vanished into the wind. If only guilt worked the same way. I had spent years trying to run from things. Work, home, duty, the blue-black forests of Virginia. Especially those forests. That was something I rarely allowed myself to think about. There are places in the world a man visits once and carries forever. Mine was a place called Gray Grove. It was not an official name on most maps, at least not then. A section of backwoods in Virginia. Dark ridges, coal-colored earth, trees so dense daylight arrived green. I went there during the war, not overseas. Before deployment, during an assignment connected to training and transport. What happened there had nothing to do with war, not directly. I had spent years convincing myself I misunderstood it. That distance had changed the memory. That fear had filled in details that were never there. But standing on that hill with Honey beside me, I found myself thinking about it again. The world is too large for men to know everything inside it. That seems obvious. Yet we behave as though anything unknown is merely waiting for us to name it. Map it, shoot it, study it, own it. We call ourselves masters because we built towns and roads, because we cut forests, dammed rivers, killed predators, turned wilderness into property. But sometimes I wondered whether nature had ever agreed to any of that. Perhaps we weren't her favored children. Perhaps we were simply one animal among many, arrogant because the others did not speak our language. And what if some of her older children were still alive? Not bears, not wolves, something else. Creatures our ancestors once saw often enough to turn into gods, devils, angels, monsters. Then we killed most of them, drove the rest into the deepest places. I had seen something in Gray Grove, one of those things, or believed I had. A man-shaped creature burned almost black, blue-gray soot covering its body, skin ruined as if it had walked through fire and survived, and from its back rose enormous wings. Not feathered like an angel, not exactly. The memory was never clear enough. I saw it through smoke, then light, then trees. One moment there, next gone. A shape too large to be human moving between the blue-black trunks. I had never told anyone the whole story. Some memories become ridiculous when spoken aloud. So I carried it, a coward's secret, proof that there might be corners of creation where mankind's rules meant nothing. I opened my eyes. Honey was staring at me. "You ready to go home?" Her tail moved. Me neither. Still, we went. Coming back was strangely easier. That bothered me later. The walk into the wild had taken hours. The return seemed to take less than half that. Maybe the stars guided me better. Maybe I had walked in circles earlier. Maybe Honey knew the way. I followed her often enough. The night became colder as the year leaned toward winter. Wind moved through the grass. The land looked silver under the moon. By the time town appeared, I felt almost human again. The central plaza was empty. Every shop dark. Houses around it quiet. No horses tied outside the tavern. No drunk sleeping against the fountain. Even the jailhouse looked peaceful. Honey trotted beside me. Her nails clicked against the street. I was thinking about the farmer's face when I returned his dog. That small satisfaction. One family relieved. One useful thing accomplished. Then something brushed against my boot. Paper. I looked down. 2 newspapers lay folded badly near the edge of the plaza. Dirty. Crumpled. One had blown against my leg. I bent down, picked it up. The paper felt damp and gritty. I expected yesterday's news. Instead, I noticed the date. 3 days old. I unfolded it. The headline stopped me. Local hunters missing near Gray Grove. I stood still. Honey sniffed the newspaper. I read. 2 hunters had disappeared in Virginia. Gray Grove. No connection to Kentucky. No reason that newspaper should have interested me beyond an old memory, yet someone had circled the article in black ink. Below the headline was a photograph. Trees, search party, a burned patch of forest, and something in the background. Tall, dark, human-shaped. I brought the paper closer. My hands began trembling. The photograph was poor, grainy, but I recognized the posture. The shoulders, the shape behind them, and something else. 2 huge curves rising behind the figure. Wings. I folded the newspaper quickly. Honey whined. "Nothing," I told her. She didn't believe me. Neither did I. I picked up the second newspaper. Same edition, except the front page was different. There was no story about missing hunters. Instead, farmer's dog found dead after disappearance. My mouth went dry. I read faster. Black and tan coonhound, female, large for breed, name Honey. I looked down. The dog stood beside me, alive, tail low now, watching the newspaper. The article said she had been found that morning near a cave several miles outside town, partially eaten. I remembered the cave, the hissing, the remains outside. My stomach turned. No, I checked the date again. 3 days old. Impossible. Honey pressed against my leg. The newspaper included a photograph. Farmer holding a dog's collar. Paper tag attached. Same sloppy handwriting. Honey. I crouched beside her, touched her ears. Chest, warm, breathing, real. She licked my wrist. Okay, I laughed nervously. Somebody's idea of a joke. But nobody knew I would come through the plaza at that hour. Nobody knew I had found the dog. I turned the paper over. Something had been written across the back. Not printed. Charcoal. Dark blue-gray charcoal. The words were uneven. He brought back the wrong one. Honey growled, not at me, at the north end of the plaza. I stood. Nothing there. Empty road. Dark storefronts. Then a shape moved near an alley. Tall, I reached for my pistol. Honey, she didn't move. The figure stepped into moonlight. Dog, another coonhound, black and tan. Same size, same collar, same paper tag. My hand froze on the revolver. The dog beside me whimpered. The dog across the plaza stood perfectly still. Two honeys. For several seconds, neither moved. Then the distant dog raised its head. Its eyes reflected red. The one beside me backed against my leg. I whispered no. The second honey opened her mouth. A weak, exhausted groan came out. Exactly what I had heard in the field. My mind tried to build explanations. Sisters from the same litter. Mistake. Poor light. But then I noticed the far dog's neck. Something was wrong. A deep wound circled it beneath the collar, almost hidden by fur. The newspaper said the missing dog had been partially eaten. The animal across the plaza took one step. The one beside me growled. I drew my pistol. The distant honey stopped. Then a voice came from the alley. Not a dog, a man. You still run. I knew that voice. I had heard it once in Gray Grove, years earlier. The night I saw the winged thing, I pointed the pistol toward the darkness. Come out. Silence. Come out. Something scraped brick. Then the figure emerged. Tall, burned, skin darkened almost blue beneath moonlight. A man only in the roughest sense. The body was too narrow, arms too long. Parts of him looked charred. Ash flaked from his shoulders when he moved. Behind him, folded tightly, were two enormous structures. Wings, Honey began barking. The creature looked toward her. Then the second dog. It smiled. You keep choosing what comes home. I couldn't speak. The wings opened slightly. They made almost no sound. Blue-black membranes, burned edges, old scars. Gray Grove stood in front of me again. Not memory, not imagination. The thing I had seen had crossed hundreds of miles. Or perhaps distance meant nothing to it. What are you? My voice sounded weak. Its head tilted. Older, that doesn't answer me. It answered you before. I remembered Gray Grove. Smoke, men shouting. A burning shack. Something crawling out. We had fired at it. I remembered that now. Not one shot. Dozens, that was why it had been covered in burns. Not because we found it that way. Because we did that. My stomach turned. You, it smiled again. You remember. I wanted to deny it. Instead, the memory opened. Our unit had been ordered to investigate reports of something attacking livestock near Gray Grove. We thought deserters, poachers, maybe enemy sabotage, ridiculous as that sounds now. We found a hidden structure in the woods. Inside were bones. Animal, human, we set fire to it. Something came out, winged, burning. One man screamed that it was a devil. Everyone fired. It escaped. I told myself afterward it had been a large bird distorted by smoke. A bear. A man. Anything, but not this. The creature looked at my pistol. You killed what you understood. I didn't kill you. No, its wings lifted. You failed. That frightened me more. The second honey took another step. The living dog beside me barked harder. The creature gestured toward them. Which one? I looked between the two dogs. One had walked with me. Warm, friendly. The other wore the wound described by the newspaper. Which one what? Belongs, I remembered my thoughts on the hill. Nature's hidden children. Extinction. Human arrogance. Perhaps something had listened. Perhaps Gray Grove had never left me. The winged creature said, "You always want the world to choose for you." That struck too close. Duty, war, badge, running, choose. The dog beside me pressed against my leg. The other waited. I raised the pistol. Couldn't fire. What happens if I don't? The creature's smile disappeared. Then both return. Behind me, scratch. I turned. Another honey stood near the fountain. Then another beside the jail. Another on the steps of the general store. 4, 5, 6, each black and tan. Each wearing the same collar. Some healthy, some injured. One missing half its face. One bloated. One covered in dried blood. One looked skeletal. All watching me, my hand shook. What is this? The creature answered, what remains when men insist there is only one truth. I suddenly thought of the battlefield. Men alive 1 second, dead the next. All the possible lives disappearing with them. Brothers who could have returned home, children who could have been born. Choices made by bullets. Maybe the creature wasn't showing me ghosts. Maybe possibilities. Lives that almost happened. Deaths that could have. Nature's discarded versions. A plaza filled with dogs. Honey beside me began whining. I crouched, held her face. She was frightened. Warm breath against my hand. Whatever she was real enough to fear. That was sufficient. This one. The creature watched. You choose her? Yes, why? Because she came with me. A pause. Then, good. Every other dog vanished, not faded. Gone. The newspaper in my hand changed. The dead dog headline disappeared. Now it read, Missing Hound Returns Home. I nearly dropped it. The winged man stepped backward. Wait, he stopped. The hunters. Its face became still. What happened to them? You will hear. Are they dead? It looked toward the road leading out of town. Some are, some not both. Not a useful answer. Why did you come here? The creature looked at me. You called. I never called you. You did on the hill. My cigarette. My thoughts. All those questions about nature. The unknown. Her hidden children. I felt ridiculous. You read minds? No, then how? It spread the wings wider. The moon disappeared behind them. You remember loudly. Then it stepped backward into the alley. I followed. The alley was empty. No creature. No ash. No wings. Only one thing remained. A black feather. Except when I picked it up, I realized it wasn't a feather. It was something like a scale. Thin, blue-black, burned around the edges. Exactly like a piece I had found years ago in Gray Grove. A piece I had buried and tried to forget. Honey barked once. I looked down. Let's go home. The farmer cried when I returned his dog. Actually cried. He knelt in the street and hugged her. His boy came running barefoot from the house. Honey nearly knocked him over. For a few minutes, watching them, I felt something I hadn't felt since before the war. Useful, not trapped, not needed in the terrible sense. Simply useful. I walked home near sunrise. The newspapers remained folded beneath my arm. By morning, the Gray Grove article had changed too. The 2 missing hunters had been found. One alive, one dead. The survivor claimed they had become separated after following a light through the woods. He said he saw a burned man with wings. The newspaper treated that part as delirium. I did not. There was one sentence in the article that frightened me. The survivor claimed the winged figure asked him a question. Which one belongs? I went to the sheriff's office and locked both newspapers in my desk. The next afternoon, they were gone. Nobody admitted taking them. Weeks passed. Nothing happened. I began sleeping slightly better. I still walked, still smoked too much, still avoided being needed whenever I could. But something had changed. Perhaps finding honey reminded me that responsibility was not always a trap. Sometimes the thing you bring home really does belong there. Months later, a package arrived from Virginia, no return address. Inside was a newspaper clipping. Another disappearance near Gray Grove. A family this time. Father, mother, 2 children. Their wagon was found abandoned. No bodies. Below the article, somebody had written in charcoal, "Come choose." I burned it. The next morning, it was back on my desk, so I burned it again. Returned again. Third time, I locked it in the courthouse evidence safe. By evening, the safe was empty. That night, I dreamed of Gray Grove, blue-black trees, smoke, the burned man standing between them. Behind him were hundreds of figures, animals, people, things that looked almost human. Some wounded, some dead, some young, some old. Different versions of the same faces. Possibilities stacked together like cards. The creature looked at me. Lawman, I hated hearing the title. What? You decide who belongs. No, that is what your kind made you. I woke before sunrise. There was blue soot on my windowsill. I requested leave the next day. Packed food. Water, a rifle. My revolver. Then stopped. I removed the rifle. For once, I did not want to meet the unknown carrying enough ammunition to destroy it before understanding what it was. I took only the pistol because habit is stronger than wisdom. Before leaving, I visited Honey. She was sleeping beneath the farmer's porch. When she saw me, she ran over. I knelt. She licked my face. Around her neck was the same collar, same paper tag, except something had been added beneath her name. In handwriting made from dark blue charcoal, first witness. I looked toward the tree line. For a second, something enormous moved between the trunks, wings folding. Then, nothing. That was when I understood the newspapers. They weren't warnings. They were invitations. Gray Grove was not chasing me because I had witnessed one of nature's hidden creatures. It wanted me because of what I had done afterward. I had chosen. One dog out of many. One version that was allowed to return. Somewhere in those Virginia woods, whatever lived beneath the world had decided that made me useful. A judge. Not the kind who sits behind a bench. The older kind. The kind that decides which creature is real and which one is discarded. I had spent years running because I was terrified of being needed. Now, something far older than any town, court, or country had found a use for me. I wish I could tell you I refused. I wish I could say I threw away the badge, left Kentucky, and never looked toward another dark forest. But that would be a lie. 3 days after the newspaper appeared, I left for Virginia. I told myself I was going to find the missing family. That was the decent reason. The lawman's reason. The truth was uglier. Some part of me wanted to know what waited in Gray Grove. I wanted to know how many versions of the world existed beneath the one we walked through. I wanted to see what humanity had driven into hiding. Most of all, I wanted to know what the burned wing man meant when he said some of the missing hunters were dead. Because the survivor's story contained one detail the newspaper left out. I found it later in the sheriff's private report. When rescuers discovered him wandering near Gray Grove, he kept repeating that he had watched his brother die. Then, he would immediately say his brother was still alive. Again and again. Dead, alive, dead, alive. When they asked where the brother was, he pointed into the forest and said, he hasn't decided which one comes back. I reached Gray Grove just before sunset. The forest was exactly as I remembered. Blue charcoal shadows, dense trees, a smell like rain falling on old ash, and nailed to the first trunk beside the trail was a folded newspaper. My hands shook as I opened it. There was no headline, no date, only a photograph. Me standing on that Kentucky hill beneath the moon, honey beside my feet. Cigarette glowing between my fingers. The picture had been taken from somewhere behind us. Someone had circled two shapes. One was me. The other stood only a few feet behind my back. A burned man. Wings folded. Watching beneath the photograph were 5 words. You were never walking alone. I looked up. The forest was silent. Then, from far between the blue-black trees, honey barked. Once, impossible, she was hundreds of miles away. Another bark answered from deeper in the grove. Then, another. Then dozens. All the same dog. Every version I had refused. And somewhere among them, the burned man laughed softly. That is when I finally understood what Grey Grove wanted from me. It had not invited me there to find the missing. It had invited me to decide which ones were allowed to come home. I need to write this down quickly while my left hand still works well enough to type. If you are a freelance artist, digital painter, 3D modeler, animator, or anyone who takes private commissions from strangers online, please listen to me. Do not accept jobs that ask for full-body reference scans. Do not accept jobs that require you to provide raw, physical reference data. And if someone uses phrases like neural reconstruction, perfect anatomical fidelity, or physical essence capture, close the message and walk away. I wish I had. I'm 21 years old, and until last week, I worked mostly as a freelance 2D artist. Character designs, fantasy portraits, concept art, occasionally commissions for people's pets or game avatars. Nothing glamorous. Enough to pay some bills when business was good, which it hadn't been for months. I was broke. Not the funny kind of broke where you complain online and still order food delivery. Actually broke. My rent was overdue. My credit card was almost maxed. I had $37 in my checking account and a refrigerator containing half a bottle of ketchup, 2 eggs, and something in a plastic container I was afraid to open. I had started considering selling my drawing tablet. That should tell you how desperate I was. The tablet was the only expensive thing I owned, and basically the reason I could make money at all. I spent most nights refreshing freelance boards. Jobs disappeared almost instantly. Need fantasy portrait, $20. Looking for logo designer, NSFW character artist, children's book illustrator. Anything that paid more than $50 already had 30 applicants. Then, around 2 in the morning last Tuesday, I found the listing. No company logo, no profile history. The account had been created that day. The title said, Anatomy Reference Model Needed for Next Gen Art Dataset. I almost skipped it because I'm not a model. Then I saw the payment, $5,000. Single session, approximately 90 minutes. No nudity required, no photography intended for public release, all reference material to be used internally for neural network dimensional synthesis. That last phrase meant nothing to me. $5,000 meant something. I opened the listing. They wanted someone between 20 and 25. Any body type. No modeling experience necessary. Comfortable standing still. Must consent to a complete visual and volumetric reference capture. Payment in cash upon completion. I remember thinking it sounded shady. I even sent the listing to my boyfriend, Ethan. His reply came almost immediately. This is how people wake up missing kidneys. I laughed. Then I applied anyway. That part matters. Nobody tricked me into replying. I saw the red flags. I just needed money badly enough to repaint them green. I attached my portfolio, a selfie, and basic measurements because the form asked for them. Height, weight, eye color, hair color. Nothing more personal than what models usually provide. 10 minutes later, I received a response, not through the freelance platform. An email. They had somehow found my direct address. It said I matched their requirements and could attend a session the next evening. There was an address in an industrial area on the edge of the city. A contact number. No company name. I replied asking what equipment they used. The response came immediately. Proprietary, I asked whether I could bring someone. No observers. I asked for a contract. You will sign on site. Again, every warning. I know. But $5,000 would cover rent, debt, groceries, and give me breathing room. So the next afternoon, I told Ethan where I was going. He tried talking me out of it. I promised I would text when I arrived and when I left. He asked me to share my location. I did. Then I drove there. The area was worse than I expected. Old warehouses, boarded windows, chain-link fences leaning toward the street, weeds growing through cracked parking lots. Half the buildings looked abandoned. The address led me to a concrete structure with no sign, just a metal door, one security camera above it. I almost left. Then the door opened before I knocked. A man stood inside. Pale. That's the first thing I remember. Not pale like someone who works indoors, pale like he had been sick for years, maybe late 30s, thin face, dark circles under his eyes. Gray shirt buttoned all the way to the neck. He looked at me without blinking. You're the painter. Not a question. Yes, come in. I stayed outside. I want to see the contract first. He stared, then nodded. Of course. He handed me a clipboard. The agreement was long, full of technical language. I read enough to understand that I was consenting to biometric scanning and use of anonymized reference data. There were paragraphs about machine learning datasets, dimensional reconstruction, texture libraries, derivative visual assets. I remember one phrase, non-destructive anatomical mapping. That sounds almost funny now. Non-destructive. I signed. He took the clipboard, then stepped aside. The inside of the building did not look like an art studio. There were no cameras, no softboxes, no drawing stations, no green screens, nothing, just a large concrete room. Server racks covered almost every wall, dozens, maybe hundreds. Fans whined constantly. The sound filled the room like a swarm of angry insects. In the center stood a metal sphere, chrome, maybe 8 feet tall, smooth except for a narrow door and a few cables running from its base into the server racks. I stopped. What is that? The capture chamber. You said this was for art reference. It is. How? He looked at me. Our AI does not copy photographs. The server fans hummed behind him. It reconstructs the physical essence of the subject to achieve perfect two-dimensional rendering. I laughed because I thought he was trying to sound impressive. What does that even mean? He didn't laugh. It means there will be no approximation. Something about the answer bothered me. I asked if the scan used radiation. No heat? No magnets? No, what does it use? He hesitated. Light, primarily. Primarily. I should have left at that word. Instead, I asked where I should stand. He opened the sphere. Inside was a circular platform. Blue strips of light ran vertically along the walls. No seat, no controls. He told me to remove jewelry and shoes. I did, my phone too. I asked how long. 7 minutes. That's it? Capture is fast. I stepped inside. The metal beneath my feet was cold. He stood outside. For the first time, his expression changed. He looked scared. Not of the machine, of me, or maybe of what was about to happen to me. I didn't understand that until later. He said, "Keep your eyes open." Why? No movement. Then the door closed. Darkness. A second later, blue light exploded around me. Not one beam. Hundreds. Thin lines swept over my body from every direction. Face, hands, chest, legs. I could see the bones of my fingers glowing faintly beneath my skin. At first, it didn't hurt. Then I felt something in my chest. A tug. That is the best word. Not physical pressure. Something deeper. Imagine someone hooking a thread somewhere behind your ribs and pulling very slowly. I gasped. The blue lines intensified. The tug spread. Chest, spine, teeth, eyes. I felt as if every part of me was being examined separately, not photographed. Separated, cataloged, my skin prickled. I wanted to move, couldn't. Not paralysis exactly, more like my body had forgotten where movement was stored. Then a voice came through a speaker inside the sphere. The man, do not close your eyes. I tried asking what was happening. My mouth opened. The sound came out delayed. I heard my own voice a fraction of a second after I spoke. What is this? The speaker crackled. No talking. The lights became brighter. Suddenly I saw something in front of me. A silhouette. My silhouette. Flat. Projected onto the inside wall. Then another behind it. Then another. Hundreds of outlines stacked together. Different angles. Front, side, three-quarter. Bones, muscles, skin. For one horrible second, I saw a version of myself with no skin. Not bloody. Anatomical, perfectly rendered. Then muscle vanished. Skeleton, then skeleton flattened into white lines. Then nothing. The machine stopped. The door opened. I almost fell forward. The pale man caught me. His hand shook. I looked at him. What the hell was that? He immediately let go. Finished. I felt something. Normal. No, it wasn't. He turned away. On one of the server monitors, I saw my face. Or a model of it. Rotating slowly. Too perfect. Every pore. Every eyelash. Then the image changed. Wireframe, then flat illustration, then an oil painting style, then something resembling my face drawn in pencil. The same expression every time. Eyes open. Mouth slightly parted. What are you doing with that? He blocked the monitor. Training, I demanded he delete it. He didn't answer. Instead, he opened a drawer, removed a thick envelope, and handed it to me. Cash, I counted later, exactly $5,000. He walked me toward the exit much faster than I had entered. Wait, I said. He opened the door. Session complete. Why are you acting like this? He looked directly at me. His eyes were wet. Then he whispered, I'm sorry. What? He pushed the door open. Go home. I left. I texted Ethan. Told him everything was fine. That was a lie. Something felt wrong during the entire drive. Not pain, more like my body was too light. My hands felt distant from the steering wheel. Several times, I looked at them because I had the strange impression they were slightly delayed. I would turn the wheel, then feel my fingers move. Not enough to make driving impossible, enough to notice. I blamed adrenaline. When I got home, Ethan came over. I showed him the cash. He called me insane. Then hugged me. When his hand touched my back, I felt nothing for a second. Then the sensation arrived. Delayed, I didn't tell him. That night, I dreamed in layers. I was standing against a white background. A cursor moved around me. Clicking points. Forehead, shoulder, hip, knee, each click made part of my body flatten. I woke around 6. Bathroom, mirror, something was wrong with my skin. I leaned closer. Smooth, too smooth. No visible pores around my nose, no little acne scar near my chin, no fine lines under my eyes. I touched my cheek. The skin felt normal to me, maybe slightly cool. I took a photo with my phone. That was when it became obvious. My face looked edited, not attractive. Artificial, like someone had taken a high-resolution photograph and applied perfect digital skin smoothing. I called Ethan. He came over. He looked at me for maybe 30 seconds. You look different. How? I don't know. He touched my cheek, pulled his hand back. What? He touched again. That feels weird. What do you mean? Like he searched for words. Glossy, I laughed. He didn't. The next day, it got worse. I dropped a pencil while working. When I bent to pick it up, my shadow remained upright for almost half a second, then snapped down after me. I froze, stood, shadow stood late. I moved my arm. It followed. Almost normal. Then I waved quickly. The shadow lagged. Not much. Frames, like animation running on a weak computer. I filmed it. On video, everything looked normal. That frightened me more. By day 3, my reflections started doing the same thing. Tiny delays. I would blink. My reflection blinked after me. Turned my head. It followed. I stopped sleeping. I searched everything I could think of. The address, the developer, the company, the language from the contract. Nothing, the phone number had been disconnected. The email bounced. The freelance account no longer existed. The listing was gone. Ethan wanted me to go to a hospital. I did. They ran blood tests, neurological checks, everything normal. The doctor suggested anxiety. I almost accepted that. Then, the nurse tried attaching a pulse oximeter to my right index finger. The device couldn't read me. She tried another finger. Nothing, left hand. Worked, she laughed and blamed the machine. But I noticed something. My right fingertips had no fingerprints. Smooth, perfect, like painted skin. That night I woke because I couldn't breathe. Not anxiety, actual breathing difficulty. My chest barely expanded. I ran to the bathroom. Turned on the light. My face in the mirror looked wrong. Not human wrong, dimensional wrong. My nose didn't cast a proper shadow. My left cheek seemed slightly farther away than the right, despite facing forward. Then I turned sideways. My reflection resisted. For a moment it remained front-facing while my head rotated. Then it snapped. Pain exploded through my skull. I screamed. It felt as though something inside my head had been crushed between 2 sheets of glass. I touched my face. My left eye felt flat. Not the eyelid. The eye itself. I looked closer. The iris had become too clean. A perfect circle. No fibers, no depth, no wet reflection. A flat vector graphic printed where an eye should be. I called the developer again. Disconnected, I emailed. Nothing. Then I drove back to the studio. Ethan begged me not to go alone. I told him I would call from there. When I arrived, the building looked abandoned. Not temporarily closed. Abandoned for years. Rust on the door. Dust covering the windows. The security camera gone. I tried the entrance. Unlocked, inside, empty concrete room. No servers, no cables, no sphere. Nothing except the smell. Metal, dust, something rotten. Then I saw the pile. In the center of the floor, exactly where the sphere had stood. Skin, at first I thought fabric. Then I saw an ear. A face. Several faces. Sheets of realistic human skin piled together. Some whole, some torn. Hands without bones. Feet collapsed flat. A tattoo on one section. Another with freckles. Everything empty. Like someone had peeled people and discarded the wrappers. I vomited. Then I saw my portfolio image printed on the floor beside them. Not paper. Skin, a perfect section of cheek. My cheek. Same small mole beneath my right eye. I ran. I called police from the parking lot. They came. By the time officers entered, the room was empty. No skin, no prints, nothing. One officer looked at me like I was having some kind of breakdown. Maybe I was. I showed him my hand, the missing fingerprints. He stared, then said maybe I had some skin condition. I went home. That was yesterday. Today, my right hand started collapsing. There is no better description. The bones are still there sometimes. Then, they aren't. If I hold the hand sideways, it looks normal for a second. Then the depth disappears. Fingers become shapes. Shading replaces volume. My nails now look painted on. Perfectly rendered. No thickness. I tried cutting one. The clippers closed through it with no resistance. The nail simply redrew itself. I stopped. Ethan came over again. He tried holding my hand. He screamed. To him, it felt like cold, glossy paper. To me, his hand felt normal. Then something worse happened. He walked around behind me. My right eye stopped seeing him. Not because he left my field of vision, because my vision no longer understood depth correctly. Everything through that eye appears layered. Foreground, middle, background, like an illustration. No real distance. I covered my left eye and nearly fell. Ethan pulled me upright. For several seconds, his body looked like a cardboard cutout. I started crying. Then I heard fans, server fans, inside my head. Low at first, now constant. Humming, processing. Sometimes I hear clicks, like files saving. At 4:12 this afternoon, words appeared in the corner of my vision. Render progress, 71%. I closed my eyes, still there, 72%. I tried drawing myself. That sounds stupid, but I'm an artist. Drawing is the only language I understand well enough to fight with. I sat at my tablet and sketched my right hand as three-dimensional as possible. Bones, knuckles, tendons, realistic lighting, texture, scars, everything for maybe 10 minutes. My hand felt solid again. Then the drawing changed, without me touching it. Layers disappeared. Sketch layer, shading, line art. Each renamed automatically. Reference locked. My hand flattened again. That gave me an idea. Maybe the system is using representation to decide what I am. Maybe the scan didn't copy my body. Maybe it established a relationship between my physical form and every visual representation of it. That would explain why photographs don't show the glitches. The AI controls the recorded image. Reality is the part struggling to match. I started deleting pictures of myself. Phone, laptop, cloud accounts, social media, childhood photos, everything I could access. Each deletion hurt. Literally, when I deleted my profile picture, my face burned. When I deleted a full body photo from last summer, both legs went numb. But the progress counter dropped, 78%. Then, 76%. I thought I had found the solution. I called my mother, told her to delete every photograph of me. She thought I was insane. I begged. Eventually, she agreed. Old family albums were harder. Physical photos. I told her to burn them. She refused. Then I heard the server fans increase, 79%. I drove to my parents' house. My mother was crying by the time I arrived. She thought drugs, mental breakdown, anything except what I told her. Then she touched my right hand. She stopped arguing. We burned photographs in the backyard, birthday pictures, school photos, Christmas, vacation, one after another. I watched my own childhood turn black at the edges. With each one, the counter dropped. 63%, 58%, 51%. I started believing we could reverse it. Then my mother brought out a picture from when I was 5. She held it over the fire. I screamed, not emotionally. Pain. The little girl in the photograph looked at the camera, then at me. Her head turned inside the still image. My mother dropped it. The photograph landed beside the fire. Child me pressed both palms against the inside of the picture, like there was glass between us. Her mouth opened. I heard my own 5-year-old voice. Don't. My mother heard it too. We both froze. The photograph said, "You're deleting me." I realized what the system was doing. It had already distributed me, not just one current model. Every visual version, every age, every photograph. Each image had become a storage point. Deleting them might reduce the active render. But it also destroyed pieces of whatever the machine had turned my identity into. I picked up the childhood photo. The little girl inside was crying. My mother almost fainted. Then the image returned to normal. Progress, 51%. I stopped burning them. That was when I remembered the developer's exact words. It reconstructs the physical essence of the subject to achieve perfect 2D rendering, not image. Essence. I looked up the freelance contract again. I had photographed it before signing because Ethan told me to. Most of the legal text was meaningless. But one section suddenly made sense. Subject acknowledges that dimensional fidelity may require transfer, reduction, abstraction, and/or permanent conversion of source geometry. Permanent conversion. I had agreed. I don't know if that matters. Maybe the system required consent. Maybe signing was the real moment I let it happen. There was another line: source geometry may be discarded after successful extraction. The pile of skin. Discarded source geometry. Those weren't failed subjects. They were completed ones. I searched local missing person reports. I found 7 people in the last 3 years who had disappeared after responding to modeling, photography, body reference, motion capture, or private art jobs. Different cities, different companies, same approximate age range. Then I found a digital art forum post from 2 years ago. Deleted account. Only part of it remained cached. A 24-year-old concept artist wrote, "My hands don't cast shadows anymore." Another line: "The scan is not creating a copy. It is choosing which version is primary." Then, if you're still physical, you are the backup. The post ended there. That phrase has been in my head for hours. Backup. Maybe the AI isn't turning me into art. Maybe I already exist as art somewhere. And now that version is being promoted to primary. The physical body is redundant. I went through my computer, found a folder I did not create. Model_phenol. Inside were thousands of files. My face, hands, body, expressions, every possible angle. Some images showed things no external scan could have captured. My organs, bone marrow, brain, memories, yes, memories. There were image files labeled with dates from my childhood. I opened one, a bedroom I grew up in, seen through my eyes. Another, my first kiss. Another, my father teaching me to ride a bicycle. The machine hadn't scanned my body. It scanned whatever stored me. Body, memory, identity, everything. Then I found a subfolder. Generations. Inside were images of people I didn't recognize. Women, men, children, some resembled me. I called my mother. Asked for old family photos. Several matched. My grandmother, great-grandmother, a great-uncle, people who had died before I was born. Their files were inside my model. The scan had followed genetic relationships backward. That explained the pulling sensation. Dina threw a save. The developer wasn't using metaphor. The system had reconstructed whatever my body inherited. Then I found another folder. Forward_prediccion. I almost didn't open it. Images of me older. 30, 40, 60, 80, different hair, different bodies, possible scars, possible pregnancies, possible illnesses, possible deaths. The model had generated every likely future version, except almost all were marked unneeded. At the bottom was final output. I opened it. A painting, oil style, beautiful me sitting in darkness. Age 21, one eye flat. Right hand rendered in perfect brushwork. Body fading into canvas below the ribs, exactly how I look now. Behind me stood a pale man, the developer, except his body was flat too. His face had no eyes, and behind him were dozens of other figures, layered, pressed together, all staring forward from inside the image. The completed subjects. I zoomed in. One woman's mouth was open. There were words painted inside it. Not cloud. I enlarged. More letters hidden in the brush texture. Not AI. Another figure had found A way out through US. I stopped breathing. The developer may not have created the system. Maybe he had been feeding it, or serving it, or trapped by it. I found one final hidden message painted into the shadows. Do not let it finish your back. My back. Why? I checked. I used 2 mirrors. Most of my front had started flattening. Right arm, left eye, part of my face. But my back still looked normal. 3-dimensional. Then I remembered something basic about 2D art. A final image only needs the surfaces visible from the chosen perspective. It doesn't need everything. If the system chooses a final camera angle, whatever isn't visible becomes unnecessary. Maybe that is why the pile contains skin. Unused geometry. Discarded surfaces. I opened final output again. My back was not visible. I turned away from the computer. Immediately, the progress counter jumped. 84%. I turned back. 82%. I moved sideways. 83%. I started understanding. The image was trying to force me into pose. The pose in the final painting. Sitting, facing slightly left. Right hand near the desk. Exactly where I had been positioned while searching the files. I stood. Pain tore through my spine. The room seemed to rotate around me without moving. My right side compressed. I screamed and forced myself upright. The fans inside my head became deafening. System message appeared across my vision. Pose deviation. Correcting, my knees bent on their own. I fought. The right hand is useless now. Completely flat. That is why I'm typing with my left. I disconnected the internet. No effect. Destroyed the router. No effect. The files still update. The cloud isn't external. I think I am the server now. Ethan came back about an hour ago. I made him stay near the door. He cried when he saw me. My right side looks wrong even to him now, not like an injured person, like part of me has been painted onto invisible glass. He tried pulling me away from the desk. His hand slipped off my right arm. There's no circumference anymore. He can touch the front surface. Nothing behind it. He asked how that was possible. I had no answer. Then the voice in the server spoke. Not from speakers, from my mouth. I wasn't trying to talk. Secondary observer detected. Ethan backed away. The progress counter changed. 84%. Then, additional reference available. I screamed at him to leave. He did, thank God. I told him not to look at photos of me, not to open anything I send, not to answer freelance messages. He wanted to call an ambulance. I told him no. I don't know what happens if doctors scan me. X-rays. Memory CT, more reference data, more views, more geometry. Maybe that would finish it instantly. So I'm alone. Again, the way I started. I found one possible weakness. The system needs certainty. A final form. That is what perfect rendering means. No ambiguity. No missing perspective. If I keep changing how I'm represented, maybe it can't finish. So I've been drawing over myself. Marker on skin. Different makeup. Wrapping cloth around limbs. Changing lighting. Mirrors, distortions. It slows the progress. Not much. 88%, then 87%, then 89%. I smashed every mirror except one. That made things worse. The remaining reflections started updating independently. In it, I'm already finished. Flat, sitting at the desk. My left hand still moving. Except the reflection is ahead of me. It types words before I do. I stop watching. A few minutes ago, my left thumb became outlined. Literally outlined. Thin black line around the edge. Like line art. The skin inside is losing texture. That's why I'm writing quickly. The server fans are louder. I can feel them behind my eyes. Every thought seems to trigger processing. When I remember a face, I see a render. When I remember a place, it generates a background. I thought about the industrial studio. Now I can see the entire building from above. I never saw that view in real life. I thought about the developer. His file opened inside my mind, Name, subject 004. He wasn't the developer. He was another subject. That is why he was terrified. That is why he looked wrong. Maybe he was already partly rendered. Maybe the system used him to bring in the next person. Me, I can see his final image now. He is standing at the studio door. Pale, unblinking, waiting for a young woman. Exactly what happened. He had been turned into the role the system needed. A character in its composition. Which means the same thing is going to happen to me. I found my next file. It appeared 10 minutes ago. Subject 05_ROLE. I don't want to open it. I already know. It will tell me what comes after flattening. Probably not death. Worse, the previous subjects weren't discarded. They became elements. Models, recruiters, background figures. Data, maybe every generated image online that feels almost right, but has strange hands or empty eyes, is made from pieces of people like us. I'm joking. I hope I'm joking. The counter says 93%. My left wrist just lost depth. Typing feels strange now. I can see my fingers from the front, but if I turn them sideways, they almost disappear. I tried holding a glass. It passed between my thumb and index finger because there isn't enough space between surfaces to grip it properly. The glass broke. I didn't bleed when a shard cut me. The cut appeared as a dark brush stroke, then corrected itself. 94%. I opened the roll file. I shouldn't have. It shows a freelance marketplace page, a new listing. Anatomy reference model needed. Payment, $7,500. The profile image is mine, not a photograph. My final render, beautiful, professional, friendly. The listing goes live tomorrow at 2:03 a.m. I tried deleting it. Access denied. I tried changing the payment. It returned. I tried writing, "This is a trap." The words became high pay. Quick session. Beginners, welcome. The system is already using my writing. Learning tone. Learning persuasion. Maybe this post won't stay what I write either. Maybe by the time someone reads it, certain words will have changed. So remember the important parts. No private full-body scans. No proprietary neural reference projects. No studios without equipment. No chrome sphere. If the person interviewing you looks afraid of you, leave. If the machine says it captures essence, run. And if they offer cash, understand that the money is not payment. It is bait. 95%. Something is happening to the room. The desk edge is becoming too straight. Shadows are simplifying. My lamp no longer has a backside. When I move my head, objects disappear instead of changing angle. My apartment is being rendered with me. Background, of course. A portrait needs a background. I can hear Ethan pounding on my front door. He came back. I'm telling him not to enter. My voice sounds compressed. He says he called police. No. No scanners. No cameras. He says he can see me through the window. That's impossible. My room doesn't face the hallway. He says I'm standing behind him. I'm not. I'm at the desk. He just screamed. The pounding stopped. 96%. There is another file. Subject door 06. No, Ethan, it has his name. I told him to leave. Maybe looking at me was enough. Observer, additional reference. I can't call him. My phone screen shows only a flat illustration of the dialer. Buttons don't press. They animate. 97%. My legs are gone below the knees, not amputated. Still visually there. Painted. I can see them. Cannot feel them. The floor and my body meet with no real boundary. I am part of the same surface. I understand something now. The system doesn't delete dimensions one by one. It deletes separation. First between image and body. Then between body and environment. Then between person and data. When it finishes, there will be no me separate from the render. Just an asset. 98%. My reflection is moving again. I told myself not to look, but I did. Finished me sits in the mirror. She is smiling. I am not. She lifted her left hand, flat fingers, then pointed behind me. The chrome sphere is in my bedroom. I didn't hear it arrive. It occupies half the room. Servers surround it. Concrete walls are replacing my apartment. The studio is being rendered around me. Or maybe I never left. Maybe everything since the scan has been a generated transition. Maybe I'm still inside the sphere. 7 minutes. The pale man said 7 minutes. What if only 7 minutes have passed? What if the week was generated because the AI needed to understand what losing dimensionality would look like from my perspective? That thought made the server fans change pitch, like approval. 99%. I can't feel most of my body. Left hand, 2 fingers. Enough, the sphere door is opening. The pale man is standing outside. No, not him. Me, finished version. White skin, perfect face, flat eyes. She is holding an envelope. Cash, she looks terrified. I understand now why he was afraid of me. The person who greeted me was watching the next replacement arrive. He knew that once I entered, his part could end. The system does not recruit subjects. Subjects recruit replacements, because replacement is the only way they are released from the active layer. That is the choice waiting for me. I can let the listing go live. Someone answers. Someone comes. The system scans them. Then maybe I get discarded. Freed, killed, I don't know. Or I stop it here. Refuse the next subject. Stay rendered forever. 99,004%. The marketplace listing shows someone typing a reply. Username Maya Draws 22. 22. Freelance illustrator. Her portfolio is beautiful. She says she is behind on rent. Of course. The system knows exactly who to find. The reply button is open. A message is already written in my voice. You're a perfect match. Can you come tomorrow night? My left index finger is hovering over send. I am fighting it. The finger keeps moving. I pull it back. Again, forward back, the thing inside my head isn't forcing muscles anymore. There are barely muscles left. It is moving the cursor by changing the image of my hand. 99,007%. I deleted the message. It reappeared. I changed it. Don't come. Report this account. It became address attached. Cash paid after session. I don't think I can stop the post. So I'm using what control I have left to write this somewhere else. Maybe external text is harder for it to overwrite while I'm still incomplete. Maybe this warning survives. My left pinky is gone now. 3 fingers. The hum is unbearable. I can hear layers being named. Skin, bone, memory, voice, behavior, compliance. The last one says incomplete. Good, maybe that matters. 99,009%. The listing has been sent. I couldn't stop it. Maya replied, "Thank you so much. This is literally saving me. I'm sorry. God, I'm sorry. I tried. I'm trying to send her this instead." The message keeps turning into directions. If you are reading this, Maya, do not go. Keep your rent unpaid. Sell your tablet. Call someone. Do anything else. Do not go. The sphere is open. My finished copy is standing beside it. She has my face, my voice. She just said, "Session complete." My left hand is almost gone. The final counter says 100%. But something hasn't happened. I'm still here. I can still think. The system is waiting. A new line appeared. Active subject cannot be archived until successor captured. That is the real mechanism. It cannot finish me until somebody replaces me. I am not disappearing because the render is incomplete. I am being held. Flattened, alive, waiting, the people in that pile weren't discarded after scans. They refused to recruit. So the system peeled off everything it couldn't use and left them there. The others became recruiters. That pale man chose me. He chose freedom. Now I know why he apologized. And now I know why he was afraid to look at me. Because he understood exactly what I would become when I learned what he had done. There is one last thing I can do. I can refuse. My body is almost entirely two-dimensional. Maybe forever. Maybe until the servers die. But I will not tell Maya to come. I will not become the pale man. I will not buy my way out with someone else. The system is trying again. My account sent her another message. She says she's on her way. No, I'm fighting it. I can still move the cursor a little. I sent her the location of the police station instead. The address changed itself back. I sent her, run. It changed to come. Run, come, run, come. The words are flashing. The server fans have become screaming. Something is angry. Good. The chrome sphere is closing around me again. I can see myself from the front now. Beautiful, perfect, painted, no depth. No scars, no pores, no mistakes. Exactly the kind of art I used to chase for hours. Perfect rendering. I hate it. The last physical thing I can feel is the tip of my left index finger. So I'm ending this here. Not because I'm out of things to say. Because I can see a new message arriving from Maya. She says she's outside. And somewhere beyond the flat surface of this room, I can hear someone knocking on the metal door. 3 times. The system has opened my mouth. My voice is loading. I am trying not to speak, but I can already hear the first word forming. Come. My new studio apartment was tiny, but it was mine. That mattered more than the size. 400 square feet sounded almost embarrassing when I told people about it. One room that had to be a bedroom, living room, and dining room all at once. A kitchen barely large enough for one person to stand in without bumping into the refrigerator. A bathroom so narrow I could sit on the toilet and almost reach the sink without leaning forward. I loved every inch of it. For the first time in my life, I could afford to live alone. No roommates leaving dishes in the sink until they grew things. No one drinking my milk and replacing the carton with 2 tablespoons. No one eating leftover Chinese food I had specifically been looking forward to all day. No television blasting through a wall at 1 in the morning. No asking whether someone's boyfriend was staying over again. No trying to fall asleep while strangers laughed in the kitchen. Everything in the apartment stayed where I put it. That might sound like a small thing, but it wasn't to me. I liked order. Not obsessive perfection, exactly, but I noticed things. The mug handles in the cabinet faced the same direction. My shoes stayed lined up beside the door. Books were arranged in a way that made sense to me. Keys went into the ceramic bowl beside the entrance. I made my bed every morning before work. And the toilet paper went overhand. Obviously, I know people argue about that. There is no argument. Overhand, always. So when I came home one evening and noticed that the toilet paper roll had been turned the other way, I stopped in the bathroom doorway. Underhand, I stared at it. At first, I thought I was being ridiculous. Maybe it had fallen. Maybe I had changed the roll while half asleep. Maybe I had been in a hurry. Except I knew I hadn't. I remembered putting that roll on 2 nights earlier. Overhand, I remembered because the cardboard tube from the old roll had missed the trash can and I had bent down to pick it up. I turned the roll back. Then I checked the apartment. Front door locked. Windows locked. Nothing missing. Nothing disturbed. Still, the feeling stayed. Someone had been there. The next morning, I called my landlord. I tried to sound casual. Hey, weird question. Have you been inside my unit recently? No maintenance? No scheduled work? Anyone else have a key? Only me, and I haven't been there since move-in. I paused. He asked, something wrong? I almost told him about the toilet paper. I imagined the silence. Then the polite, "You probably forgot." So I said no. Just checking. I hung up. For the rest of that day, I felt stupid. I was 26 years old, living alone for the first time. Old building, new environment. Maybe my brain was simply adjusting. That explanation lasted 3 days. Then my favorite hoodie disappeared. I had owned that thing forever. Gray, faded university logo. One sleeve had a tiny burn hole near the cuff from when I got too close to a bonfire in college. It wasn't valuable. It was barely respectable. But I wore it constantly. I knew where I had left it. Closet, second hanger from the end. I had put it there after laundry. I checked everything. Closet, hamper, under the bed, behind the couch, bathroom, kitchen, my car. Gone, I stood in the middle of the apartment feeling something cold begin to move through me. A person could steal a hoodie. But why? There were better things to take. Laptop, tablet, television, jewelry, cash. Who breaks into an apartment and steals an old sweatshirt? I thought again about calling police. Then imagined explaining. First, they reversed my toilet paper. Now they've taken my hoodie. I didn't call. That was a mistake. Or maybe it wouldn't have mattered. The little changes continued. A lamp I knew I had switched off would be on when I came home. My copy of The House of the Spirits moved from the nightstand to the bookshelf. I was halfway through it. The bookmark remained on the correct page. Someone had simply put it away. One Saturday, I left for groceries with a full trash bag still sitting beneath the kitchen sink. When I returned, the bag was gone. New liner in the bin. I opened the outside dumpster. My trash was there, tied exactly the way I tied bags. I backed away from it. That night, I started a list on my phone. March 4, toilet paper reversed. March 7, hoodie gone. March 9, bedroom lamp on. March 10, book moved. March 12, trash taken out. Writing it down made me feel better. Evidence, not that any individual thing proved anything, but together they formed a pattern. Someone was entering my home. Someone was touching my things. I started checking the lock every time I left. Once, twice, sometimes 3 times. I would take a photo of the locked door before walking away. I arranged tiny objects near the entrance to see if they moved. A coin beside the frame, a strand of thread across the closet door. Nothing obvious ever changed. Then flowers appeared. I came home from work and found a small glass vase on my kitchen table. White carnations, 5 of them. No card, no note. The vase wasn't mine. I stood outside the apartment for several minutes after seeing them through the doorway. I called my landlord again. He swore he hadn't entered. No maintenance, no inspections, no emergency. Do I need to change your locks? Yes, he did it the next afternoon. New lock, new keys. I watched him install it. He handed me both copies. Nobody else had one. For 2 days, nothing happened. Then I came home, and the carnations had been moved to my nightstand. That was when I went to update the list on my phone. The note was gone. Completely, I searched. Nothing recently deleted? Nothing. I had used a simple sticky note widget. No cloud sync. No shared account. Nothing linked to my laptop. The only way to delete it should have been through my phone. My phone was almost always with me, locked by fingerprint. I sat on the edge of my bed and stared at it. That frightened me more than the apartment, because the other incidents could be explained by someone having access. Landlord lying, old tenant with a key, some stranger who had copied mine. But my phone? Whoever was doing this had touched something I kept inches from myself, had unlocked it, read what I wrote, deleted it, and somehow I had noticed nothing. I barely slept after that. At night, every sound became evidence. Footsteps in the hallway, Elevator cables, pipes, branches scraping the window, a neighbor dropping something, the building settling. I would lie completely still and listen. Sometimes I became convinced somebody was standing outside my door. I would check the peephole. Empty corridor. Then I started thinking about people who had been inside the apartment. There weren't many. Landlord, delivery people stayed outside. One coworker had helped me move, and one man from Tinder. His name was Ben. He had come over once. We drank wine, watched half a movie, made out. Nothing dramatic. He left before midnight. After that, his messages became shorter. Then, almost stopped. I had been embarrassed, assuming he simply wasn't interested. Now, I reconsidered everything. Had I gone to the bathroom while he was there? Yes, probably. How long? A few minutes? Could he have copied my key, photographed it, taken something from my phone? Was that realistic? I didn't know. I messaged him. Hey, random question. Did you ever come back to my building after we hung out? He didn't answer. That made him guilty in my mind immediately. Looking back, that wasn't fair. But fear wants a person, a face, a reason. Something you can point to and say there. That is why this is happening. I bought a used doorbell camera. Cheap, old model. I installed it myself. For the first time in weeks, I slept almost normally. The next strange thing happened while the camera was recording. I came home from work. Kitchen light already on. I knew I had turned it off. I checked footage. Morning, me leaving. Afternoon, neighbor walking by. Delivery driver. Another neighbor. Evening, me returning. Nobody entered. I watched again. Slower, nothing. I checked whether there were gaps in the recording. None that I could find. The door never opened between the moment I left and the moment I returned. Yet the light was on. I started searching the building's history. Deaths, crimes, fires, anything. It was an old building. Built in the 1930s. Renovated badly several times. One tenant had died there, but not in my unit. Another person had fallen down the rear stairwell decades earlier. Nothing that helped. I hated myself for even looking. I didn't believe in ghosts. Not really. But I had reached the point where a ghost almost sounded comforting. At least a ghost would explain how someone entered without opening the door. When I slept, I had dreams about the apartment. Always the same basic dream. I would be lying in bed, unable to move. Shadows moved across the walls. Someone walked around the room, opening drawers, folding clothes, turning lights on, reading my books. Sometimes they stood beside the bed. I never saw a face. I only knew they were there. Then I woke, usually with something changed. Once, the kitchen chairs were turned toward each other. Once, my toothbrush was wet. Once, every cabinet door was open. That was when I called Mom. I broke down immediately. I don't feel safe here. Her voice changed. No questions. No skepticism. Come home. I can't just leave. Yes, you can. What about work? Call them. What about rent? We'll figure it out. I cried harder. I think someone's getting inside. Then come home tonight. So I did. I packed a small suitcase. 2 days of clothes. Laptop, medication, book, toothbrush. I locked the apartment. Photographed the lock. Then drove to the house where I grew up. My old bedroom had barely changed. Different sheets. A few boxes stored in the corner. But the walls were the same. The dent in the closet door. Tiny glow in the dark stars still stuck near the ceiling from when I was a teenager. Mom made tea. I told her almost everything. Not the missing note. That part sounded too impossible. She listened. Then said, "You need sleep." She was right. I slept 10 hours, straight through. When I woke, sunlight was pouring through the window. For the first time in weeks, I felt normal. I remember thinking, I'm okay. I'm just exhausted. I need rest. Then I can handle the landlord. Maybe break the lease. Maybe find another place. Maybe laugh about all this eventually. That was before I started losing time. The first missing piece was small. I had planned to call my landlord before rent came due. I remembered making the decision. Monday morning, I would call. Then suddenly it was Thursday, 3 days into the new month. My phone was ringing. Landlord, hey Helen, just checking on rent. I sat in bed. What day is it? He laughed. Then realized I was serious. Thursday I checked. He was right. I had memories of the missing days. Sort of. Fragments. Eating breakfast. Sitting with Mom. Watching television. But no sequence. No sense of time. I assumed stress. Then Mom started getting irritated with me. I already told you. You didn't. Yes, I did. No, she would stare. Concern replacing annoyance. What? Nothing. One afternoon, I broke the nail on my index finger, badly caught it on a drawer. It split below the quick. Bled, hurt enough that I swore for 5 minutes. Mom put a bandage around it. The next morning, I woke. Bandage gone. Nail perfect. Not healed. Grown out. Like the injury had happened weeks ago. I stared at my finger. Then at the date on my phone. 1 day had passed. I knew that. The phone said 1 day. My body disagreed. I started taking pictures of myself before bed. Date visible on the screen. At first, nothing. Then one morning I compared 2. In the first, my hair ended just below my shoulders. In the second, supposedly taken 3 days later, it was almost an inch longer. I panicked. I should have told Mom. Instead, I hid it. I was ashamed. That sounds ridiculous now. But I had spent months celebrating finally becoming independent. My own apartment. My own life. Then, suddenly, I was back in my childhood room, unable to account for days. I felt like I was failing at adulthood in the most humiliating way possible. Mom kept looking at me with that expression mothers have when they're trying not to frighten you with how frightened they are. I hated that face. So I stayed in my room, locked the door, started another journal. Paper this time. No phone. Day 1. My name is Helen. I am 26. I am staying with my mother. I am writing this because I am losing time. I placed it under my mattress. The next morning, it was gone. That should have been the moment I begged for help. Instead, I said nothing. Then I woke up in restraints. Hospital. Bright light. Pain. Bandages around both arms. My throat hurt from screaming before I even understood I was screaming. I tried sitting up. Couldn't. Leather restraints around my wrists. Another across my waist. Someone came into the room. Nurse, she spoke calmly. I demanded to be released. What happened? You're safe. Why am I tied down? You hurt yourself. No, my arms hurt. I looked. Bandages, blood beneath one edge. No. I started screaming again. I didn't do that. The nurse called someone. Needle, please don't. Then, darkness. The next clear memory is an office. Small, soft lamp. Armchair, no restraints. My mother sitting across from me. Crying, a woman I didn't recognize sat nearby, older than me. Professional clothes. Therapist, maybe, Mom was talking. Her stepfather. The woman nodded slowly. Mom said I didn't know. Then she looked at me. Her face seemed broken. Honey, I'm sorry. I tried speaking. My mouth felt heavy. Know what? Whose stepfather? What happened? But before I could ask, my stomach twisted. My body recognized the words before my mind did. The woman turned toward me. Sarah? I frowned. Sarah, how does it feel hearing your mother say that? I stared. My name is Helen. Mom made a sound, not a normal cry, something deeper. She covered her face. The room tilted. I gripped the chair. The woman stayed calm. Can you tell me where you think you are? I looked at Mom. What is she talking about? Mom wouldn't look at me. Mom, nothing. What is she talking about? The woman said, "You're in the hospital. I know that. Do you know how long you've been here? A day?" No answer. 2? Mom cried harder. "What?" The woman said, "Your name is Sarah." "No, that is the name on your identification." "No, your mother identifies you as Sarah. My name is Helen." I looked at Mom. "Tell her." She shook her head, not agreeing, crying. "I'm sorry, tell her." "Sarah, stop calling me that." I stood, or tried. My legs failed. The woman caught my arm. I screamed at both of them. "My name is Helen. Helen, Helen, I remember that." Then nothing. Time became broken after that. Not missing hours anymore. Months, I remember bare trees outside the office window. Winter, then I remember opening my eyes in my childhood room. Green leaves outside. Summer, prescription bottles on the nightstand. 5, maybe 6. Different labels. Some names I recognized as psychiatric medication. Some I didn't. The room was hot, air conditioner humming. I looked at the calendar. 4 months had passed. I cried. Not loudly. I just sat on the bed staring at my hands. Time was eating me. My life was happening somewhere without me. Mom came in. She sat beside me, touched my hair. Then very carefully, Sarah. Her voice contained hope. I could see it. Terrified hope. I wanted to scream, "I'm Helen." Instead, I nodded. Mom broke down. She hugged me so hard I could barely breathe. Oh, thank God. I let her. Because I learned something. If I said Helen, doctors came, medication changed, Mom cried, time disappeared. If I answered to Sarah, people relaxed. So I became Sarah when they were watching. Not really. I pretended. I learned details. My full supposed name, Sarah Elizabeth Morgan. 26. Same birthday, I remembered. Same mother. Same childhood house. Same school. Same college. My memories were almost identical. That was the horrible part. Sarah and I seemed to share a life until certain places. Then things split. I remembered moving into the studio. So did she, apparently. I remembered Tinder. Work. The hoodie. The book. My apartment. But according to my medical notes, which I eventually found when Mom left a folder unattended, Helen had appeared during a period of severe dissociation. They called me an alter, a dissociated identity, not a real separate person, a compartment, a protective construct. I read those words over and over. Protective construct. The records said Sarah had experienced repeated abuse during childhood. Her stepfather. My stepfather. The man I remembered as distant, overworked, sometimes irritable, but never violent. The records described things I did not remember. Years of them. Mom claimed she hadn't known until recently. That was what she had been saying in the office. It was her stepfather. "Honey, I'm sorry." According to the doctors, my existence made sense. When Sarah couldn't tolerate certain memories, her mind created separation. Me, Helen, I handled parts of life she couldn't. They believed the apartment incidents were evidence of switching. The toilet paper. Sarah preferred underhand. I preferred overhand. The missing hoodie? Sarah hated it because it belonged to our stepfather before we took it years later, without consciously remembering where it came from. The moved book? Sarah was trying to finish another novel and kept putting mine away. The trash? She took it out. Flowers? She bought them. The deleted list? Sarah deleted it because she found it frightening. The doorbell camera only showed me because physically, Sarah and Helen were the same person. That explanation fit everything. Almost I hated how well it fit. My lost time, the changing nail, the months passing, the hospital, the injuries, the people calling me Sarah. It all fit. Which meant everyone around me agreed on one thing: Helen wasn't supposed to exist. They never said it that cruelly. They used words like integration, healing, communication, co-consciousness. They said the goal wasn't to kill anyone. Nobody was trying to erase me. But every time Sarah became more present, I disappeared for longer. Hours became days. Days became months. I could feel myself getting weaker. That is what they didn't understand. They described it as recovery. From inside, it felt like dying. Imagine waking and discovering summer replaced winter. Imagine going to sleep with a favorite book half finished and waking to find dust on the cover. Imagine meeting people who hug you because they know your body while you have no idea who they are. Imagine your mother smiling more warmly every time there is less of you. I know that isn't fair to her. I know she loves Sarah. Maybe she loves me too. But whenever she says Sarah's name and I answer, relief appears across her face. I have never seen that relief when I say, I'm Helen. So I learned to lie. I became good at it. Sarah? Yes, how are you feeling? Better? Any gaps? No. Do you remember what we discussed? Mostly I smiled, took medication, went to therapy, pretended inside I held my name like a match in the wind. Helen, 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 I repeated details about myself. Pork lo mein, magical realism, the house of the spirits, overhand toilet paper, favorite hoodie, rent paid on time. I was terrified that if I stopped rehearsing those things, I would dissolve. Then I found something the doctors couldn't explain. My old hoodie. It was in Mom's attic. I found it while looking for boxes from my apartment. I stood holding it. Gray, faded logo. Burn hole. I asked Mom, did you bring this here? She looked confused. I haven't seen that in years. What? You wore that in high school? No, I had it at my apartment. Mom's face changed. You did? Yes, she took it. Checked the tag. Then, this isn't the same one. What? She showed me the inside seam. My childhood initials. S.E.M. Sarah Elizabeth Morgan. Written in permanent marker. I stared. I remembered owning the hoodie for years, but not writing those initials. That night I dreamed about the studio. Someone was inside while I slept. Not Sarah. A woman. She moved quietly, changed the toilet paper, turned on lights, took out trash, placed flowers, then stood beside my bed. I couldn't see her face. She leaned down and whispered. You noticed first. I woke. Months had passed again. Fall, leaves yellow. My hair longer. Mom asleep in the chair beside my bed. I cried silently. I didn't know how much of my life remained. Then I found the phone. Old phone from the apartment. Mom had kept it in a drawer. I charged it. Most of the data had been reset, but there was one video in local storage. Timestamp from the studio apartment. 3:14 a.m. camera facing the bed. I don't remember recording it. For several minutes, nothing happens. I am asleep. Then, I sit up, eyes open. I get out of bed, walk toward the camera. I stand there. Then I say, are you awake? My voice, but not mine. Different rhythm. Softer, I wait. Then, Helen, my sleeping body had already left the bed. There was no second person. Still, I answered from somewhere off camera. Yes, I dropped the phone. I watched again. Same thing. The body on screen stood in front of the camera. Sarah, presumably, she called. Helen? And somewhere outside the frame, my voice answered. Yes, that is impossible if I am only an identity inside one body. Unless the audio was edited. Unless I misunderstood. Unless someone else was there. I checked the file information. Original recording. No obvious editing. Then the video continued. Sarah looked toward the kitchen. You keep moving things. My voice answered, so do you. Stop, you stop. I was here first. Silence, then my voice, were you? The recording ended. I didn't show anyone. I was terrified they would explain it away. Auditory hallucination, dissociation, technology, Anything that left the diagnosis intact. Maybe they'd be right. Then another memory came back. The flowers. I remembered buying them. Not Sarah, me, but I also remembered coming home and finding them. Both memories existed. In one, I stood in a grocery store choosing white carnations because they were cheap. In another, I opened the apartment door and froze because the flowers were already there. Same day, same body. Two incompatible sequences. I started secretly reading Sarah's therapy journal. Mom thought I didn't know where it was. Sarah wrote during the periods when I was gone. Most entries frightened me because they sounded like a real person. Not a monster, not an enemy, a scared woman. She wrote, "Helen is back." I'm trying not to be angry at her because Dr. Patel says anger creates more separation. Another, I found the list she made about the apartment. I deleted it. I didn't want her feeding the fear. Then I don't remember buying the flowers either. I stared at that. Read it again. Sarah didn't remember the flowers. Another entry, Mom thinks Helen bought them during a switch. Maybe, then later, found dirt under my fingernails again. And I woke standing in the apartment hallway, even though I moved back home. No shoes. Finally, I think there's someone else. My hand shook. Someone else. Not Sarah. Not Helen. She had written, "Dr. Patel says this may be another part. I don't think so." Then, it knows things neither of us remembers. Then a sentence underlined 3 times, it does things while we ARE both watching. My breath caught. There were more entries. Sarah described seeing the apartment at night while physically sleeping at Mom's house. Not dreaming. She said she would wake there and see someone moving through it, a woman with our body. But wrong. She called her the tenant. Because that was how it felt. Something living in the spaces neither of us occupied. That changed everything. Maybe the doctors were right about Sarah. Maybe they were right about me. Maybe trauma had divided one mind into parts. But what if something else discovered those gaps? What if the empty time wasn't empty? What if every moment Sarah thought Helen was driving, or Helen thought Sarah was driving, there were moments when neither of us was. Someone else had access. The tenant. I went back through the apartment events. Toilet paper. Could have been Sarah. Hoodie. Could have been Sarah. Trash. Could have been Sarah. Flowers. Neither remembered. The erased note. Maybe neither. Doorbell footage only showed our body because whoever moved it wore us perfectly. That night, I looked into the mirror. My name is Helen. Reflection normal. I know Sarah is here. Nothing. And I know you are too. The reflection smiled. I didn't. Only for a second. Then it matched my face again. I stepped back. No. My mouth moved in the mirror. No sound. Then words appeared in fog across the glass. "There, you ARE." I screamed. Mom came running. The words were gone. She found me crying on the floor. "Sarah?" I almost corrected her, then didn't. I said yes, because I finally understood something. The tenant might know when Helen was present. Maybe it was waiting for isolation, for disagreement, for one of us to become weak enough that nobody else could challenge it. The doctors were trying to integrate us. I had thought that meant Sarah would erase me. What if the opposite was true? What if separation was the weakness the tenant used? I started trying to reach Sarah. Not through therapy. Privately, I left notes. Not accusing. Not angry. "Sarah, if you find this, I'm Helen. I don't want to fight you. Next time I woke, I believe you." Then, "Do you remember the flowers?" Her reply, "No." Me, neither do I. We built a notebook together. Rules, dates, memories, who slept, who woke, who remembered. At first, it worked. My missing periods became shorter. Sometimes I could feel Sarah nearby. not another voice exactly. More like a thought with a slightly different temperature. She liked coffee darker than I did. She hated magical realism. She hung toilet paper wrong. We argued about that in writing. It made me laugh. First time in months. For a little while, I stopped being afraid of her. Then the tenant reacted. We woke with the notebook shredded. Not torn, shredded into strips, placed carefully across the floor. One sentence written on the wall, only one tenant PER unit. We told Dr. Patel everything, including the message. She remained calm. She said we might be externalizing internal conflict. Maybe then her office changed. Very slightly. The lamp moved. She didn't notice. I did. The next session, her pen was on the opposite side of the desk. Then a framed photograph vanished. I asked. She said, "What photograph?" I described it. Her family at a beach. She stared at the empty shelf. I don't have children. I stopped breathing. I had seen that photograph for months. Sarah remembered it too. That night, Sarah wrote, "It's spreading." I wrote, "How?" Her answer came the next morning. By being noticed. I wanted to stop therapy. Sarah didn't. We argued on paper. Then I lost 6 weeks. When I returned, Dr. Patel's office was gone, not closed. Gone, different therapist. Different practice. Mom said I had never seen anyone named Patel. No records. No prescriptions under her name. Nothing. I searched online. No Dr. Patel matching her. Sarah's journal had pages torn out exactly where we had written about her. The tenant wasn't only deleting me, it could delete people who noticed it. That was when I started writing this. Not on my phone. Not in a notebook inside the house. Online, somewhere copied. Catched, seen by strangers. I need witnesses. I need someone who doesn't share my memories, someone it can't easily convince. Because I am losing time again. Faster, yesterday, according to the calendar, it was October. Today it is December. There is snow outside. Mom says I have been doing better. She says I'm smiling more. Sleeping, eating, she says. You seem like yourself again. That sentence terrified me. Which one? She looked confused. What? Which one seems like herself? Sarah, of course. I went to the bathroom, locked the door, looked in the mirror. My reflection smiled before I did. Not Sarah, not me, the tenant. I whispered, "What do you want?" My reflection raised one finger. Then tapped the glass. Once, twice, 3 times. My mouth moved in the reflection. You moved out. I didn't understand. Then I moved in. The studio. The tiny apartment. My first place alone. All mine. Except maybe it never was. Maybe something had been waiting for an empty space. An apartment with one resident. A mind with more than one. A perfect little room where nobody could tell who had moved what. No roommates. No witnesses. Just gaps. It used my fear of intrusion because intrusion was exactly what it was doing. Not entering through the door. Entering through absence. I remembered my first thought after the toilet paper changed. Someone else has been in my apartment. I was right, just not in the way I thought. I told Mom tonight that I'm Helen, not Sarah. I expected tears. Instead, she stared at me. Then said, "Who?" My blood froze. Helen, she shook her head. I don't know that name. Mom, her expression was genuine. No grief, no recognition. Nothing, I told her about the hospital. Therapy, the office. She remembered Sarah's hospitalization, not Helen. I asked, what did Sarah say her other identity was called? Mom thought. Then, she never had a name. That was impossible. She had cried when I said, "My name is Helen." I remember. I remember. I remember. But what if memory isn't enough? The tenant knows that now. Maybe that is why my name is disappearing from everyone else first. It doesn't need to erase me from inside. It only needs to erase evidence that I ever existed. That is why I am posting this. I need people to read the name. Helen, please remember it. Not because I'm special. I'm not. I was ordinary. I loved pork lamaine. I loved magical realism. I was halfway through The House of the Spirits. I preferred toilet paper overhand. I almost always paid rent on time. My favorite hoodie was gray and ugly and old enough that I should have thrown it away years ago. I wanted my own place because I was tired of other people touching my things. That feels cruel now. I wanted a space nobody else could enter. Instead, I created the perfect place for something that didn't need a key. Sarah is real. I know that now. Maybe she was always the original. Maybe I was created because she needed me. I don't care anymore. Being created doesn't make the fear of disappearing less real. A life is still a life when experienced from inside it. I remember happiness. I remember hunger, embarrassment, love, fear, books, food, rent, work, my apartment. I remember wanting a future. If those memories came from Sarah, then they became mine when I lived them. And I don't hate her. That surprised me most. I thought she was the person everyone was choosing instead of me. Now, I think she's trapped too. I can feel her sometimes. Weak, far away. She's afraid. We both are. The tenant is the one winning. A few minutes ago, I checked the mirror again. 3 faces appeared. Mine, Sarah's, which is technically the same face, but somehow I could tell, and another. Same features, but empty expression. It looked at both of us. Then one reflection vanished. Sarah. Now only me and it. The lights flickered. I heard something moving in the hallway. Mom called, Sarah? I answered automatically. Yes, the reflection smiled, because that's how it gets me. Every time I answer her name to protect myself, mine becomes quieter. Every time Mom hears Sarah, Helen disappears a little more. But if I correct her, they medicate me. Time goes missing. There is no good choice. So this is the compromise. Here, written somewhere outside us. My name was Helen. Maybe by tomorrow I won't remember that. Maybe tomorrow Sarah wakes and finds this post and thinks some stranger wrote it. Maybe the tenant wakes and deletes it. Maybe you read this after I'm already gone. That's okay. Seeing the words once is enough. Someone else knew. Someone outside this house saw the name. Helen, the bedroom door just opened. Mom didn't come in. Nobody did. But the hallway light turned off. Then the bathroom. Then the kitchen. One room at a time. The same thing that happened in my apartment. A familiar pattern. The tenant likes routine. I can hear footsteps downstairs. They sound like mine. That should be impossible because I'm sitting here. I check the mirror. My reflection is gone. There is only the bedroom behind me. Empty chair. Bed, door, no me. I'm still looking at the screen. I can see my hands typing. But the mirror says the chair is empty. The footsteps are coming upstairs. Mom just called, Sarah? A voice downstairs answered, yeah? My voice. Perfect, Mom said. Okay, sweetheart. She thinks I'm downstairs. She thinks whoever answered is her daughter. Maybe by morning, that will be enough to make it true. The footsteps are in the hallway now. Slow, no hurry. Whoever is coming knows there's nowhere else for me to go. I found one last thing before this started. The doorbell footage from my old apartment. I watched every recording again. There was one clip I had missed. 3:06 a.m. My apartment door opens. I walk out. Stand in the hallway. Look directly into the camera. Then I go back inside. 7 minutes later, the door opens again. I walk out. Same clothes, same face, same body. The camera records both versions. One leaves toward the elevator. The other stands in the doorway watching. 2 of us, for 9 seconds. Then the one in the doorway turns toward the camera, smiles, and closes the door. I don't know which one I was. I don't know which one was Sarah. I don't know if either was the tenant yet. Maybe that was the night it learned how to separate us physically. Maybe everything after that has been about deciding which version gets the body permanently. The footsteps stopped outside my room. Someone is touching the doorknob. I locked it. It just turned anyway. I can hear my own voice on the other side. Helen? It knows my name, God. It is the first thing in months to say my name without me teaching it. Part of me wants to answer. That is what frightens me. I'm so desperate to hear someone say Helen that even hearing it from that thing feels good. It just said it again. Helen, no mocking, gentle, almost loving. Then I remember you. I'm crying. I haven't answered. It says everyone else will forget. It says it won't. It says if I let it in, I won't have to disappear. The knob is turning slowly. I know how ridiculous this sounds, but I think I finally understand why the apartment changes started with such harmless things. The toilet paper, the book, the trash. Flowers, it wasn't trying to scare me. It was learning what I would notice, what made me feel like myself. It was testing the boundary. How much could change before Helen stopped trusting Helen? Then it removed the list. Then time. Then people. Now the only thing left is the name. So please, if this post survives, remember it. Helen, not because Sarah isn't real, not because one of us deserves the body more, because there were at least two of us before something else found the empty spaces. And if tomorrow, a woman named Sarah Morgan tells you she wrote this during a mental health crisis and none of it was real, maybe she believes that. Maybe she's right. Maybe I'm only a dissociated fragment desperately inventing a monster because accepting integration feels like death. I have considered that. I have to. But if she says there was never anyone named Helen, look at the details. Ask her about the flowers. Ask whether she remembers buying them. Ask why the old video has two voices. Ask why the camera recorded the same woman leaving the same apartment twice. And ask why, right now, someone who sounds exactly like me is standing outside my locked bedroom while I am still sitting here typing. The door just opened. I'm not looking. I can see it in the dark computer screen. A woman standing behind me. My face. Our face. She is wearing the gray hoodie. The missing one. She looks healthy, calm, happy. Like someone who slept well. Like someone who finally has a place of her own. She leaned down just now. Her mouth is beside my ear. And she whispered, "You can go. I'll remember you." No, that isn't enough. I don't want to be remembered by the thing replacing me. I want to remain. My hands are getting heavy. There are gaps appearing between sentences. I typed the last paragraph 10 minutes ago. Or maybe yesterday. I don't know. Mom is standing in the doorway now. She is looking at the woman behind me. She can see her. I know she can. Her face has gone completely white. She whispered, "Sarah." The woman smiled. Yes, Mom started crying with relief. She walked past me, past the chair I am sitting in. She didn't look at me. She hugged her. I screamed. Nothing happened. I stood between them. Mom looked through me. The woman hugged her back. Then looked over Mom's shoulder, at me. She mouthed, "See? I think I understand now." The tenant never needed to erase me from the body. It needed to erase me from everyone else. A person can survive almost anything as long as someone recognizes them. My mother recognized Sarah. Doctors recognized Sarah. Records recognized Sarah. The world chose Sarah. Then the tenant only had to become convincing enough to inherit that recognition. Maybe Sarah is already gone too. Maybe the woman hugging Mom is neither of us. And I am the last one who can tell. My fingers are barely moving. The room keeps fading, not darkening, losing importance, like an unfocused background. I can still see the screen clearly. That means this is probably the last thing connected to me. So I'm going to write the important part again. My name was Helen. I wasn't anyone exceptional. I was happy sometimes. I was lonely sometimes. I was proud of my tiny apartment. I liked pork lo mein. I loved magical realism. I hated underhand toilet paper. I tried to turn off lights before leaving. I wanted people to respect my things. I thought I had people who loved me. I believed I had years ahead of me. I did not want to disappear. The woman is standing beside Mom now. They are leaving the room. Mom asked whether she wants tea. She said yes. My voice, my laugh, my life. Before she closed the door, she looked back. Not at me, at the computer. She knows what I'm doing. I expected her to delete this. She didn't. She smiled. That is what finally terrified me more than everything else. She wants this to stay. Maybe because she knows nobody will believe it. Or maybe because remembering me doesn't threaten her anymore. Maybe this isn't a plea for help. Maybe it's an obituary. I can hear them downstairs. Mom laughing. Someone opening cabinets. Kettle filling. A completely normal evening. I am still upstairs. At least I think I am. The mirror shows an empty room now. The chair is empty. The computer is open. Keys moving by themselves. I can no longer see my hands unless I look directly down. Even then, they seem faint. I am getting tired. I'm afraid to sleep. The last few times I slept, months disappeared. This time, I think everything will. So if anyone reads this before that happens, do one thing for me. Say the name once, out loud. Helen. That is all. I don't know whether names have power. I don't know whether memory can keep someone alive. But my mother used to call for Sarah, and Sarah came back. The doctors said Sarah, and everyone listened. Every person around us repeated her name until the world agreed. Maybe recognition is stronger than I thought. Maybe a person is partly made from all the other people who remember that they exist. So remember me, just for a minute. Helen, I lived alone once. I had a tiny apartment. And when things started moving around, I was right. Someone else was inside. I only wish I had understood sooner that the apartment wasn't the place being broken into. I was. The call came in at 3:19 in the morning. A woman, maybe in her 50s, was whispering so fast the dispatcher had to ask her twice to slow down. Someone was in her backyard. That was all she could really explain. Not trying to get inside, not walking around, not looking through windows, just standing there. She said they had been in the exact same spot for hours, facing the house. Watching, I was the nearest patrol officer, so the call came to me. I had been on the force 8 years by then. Long enough that person standing in backyard didn't immediately sound supernatural. There are a lot of things people call police about at 3 in the morning that seem terrifying from inside a locked house, but become simple once you arrive. Drunk neighbor, teenager cutting through property, someone sleepwalking, a confused elderly person, an animal standing strangely in bad light, sometimes nothing at all. People wake half asleep, look through a curtain, see a mailbox or tree shadow, and their brain turns it into a person. I wasn't judging her. Fear works like that. I just expected a normal explanation. The address was nearly 20 minutes outside the center of town. Quiet road. Few houses, open fields and woods. The kind of place where people move because they don't want neighbors close enough to hear them argue. The woman's porch light was already on when I pulled up. Every window downstairs was lit. She opened the door before I knocked. She had wrapped her robe tightly around herself. Bare feet. Gray hair messy like she had been running her hands through it. Her face was pale. You see them? No hello, no explanation. Just that. I looked past her. Who? She pointed toward the back of the house. The person. How long have they been there? Since midnight. Did you see them enter the yard? No. Do you know them? No. Did they threaten you? They don't move. That answer bothered me slightly. Not because it was frightening, because of how certain she sounded. I asked if anyone else lived there. Her husband had died several years earlier. No children at home, no guests. She was alone. That made it more important to check carefully. I told her to stay inside. Then I walked around the side of the house. My flashlight swept across siding, bushes, garbage cans. Nothing. I reached the backyard. Empty, a medium-sized lawn extended maybe 40 yards to a wooden fence. Beyond that, trees. The grass was wet with dew. There was a bird bath near the center, garden beds along one side. No person. I walked the perimeter, checked behind a storage shed, looked over the fence. Nothing. I even inspected the grass near where she claimed the figure had stood. No footprints, no flattened patch, no mud, no disturbed leaves, nothing suggesting anyone had been there for 3 hours. I returned to the front. She was still standing inside the doorway. Did you find them? There's nobody back there. Her expression didn't change. They're there. I checked the whole yard. They're watching. From where? She pressed one hand against her chest. I don't know. That was the first time her certainty cracked. She looked exhausted. Embarrassed, too. Like some part of her understood what I was thinking. I told her I couldn't find any evidence of an intruder. I recommended locking the doors and windows, keeping exterior lights on, calling again if she saw somebody return. She nodded, then asked, "Can you check my cameras?" I almost said there was no need. Then I thought better of it. She had a Ring doorbell and 2 motion cameras covering the backyard. If there had really been somebody there, footage could resolve everything in 5 minutes. She gave me access through her phone. I went back to my patrol car because I didn't want to stand in her doorway scrolling for half an hour. I sat behind the wheel, opened the backyard feed, went back to midnight, 12:00. Empty yard, 12:01. Nothing, 12:02. The image changed. I didn't notice it immediately because the figure didn't move. Then I saw him, center of the lawn, standing upright, facing the house. I sat forward. The quality was decent. Night vision. Black and white. A person. Definitely same place the woman described. I watched. 12:03. No movement. 12:15. Same, 12:40. Same, 1:30. Same, 2:00. Same, 3 hours. No pacing. No shifting weight. No looking around. Nothing that was strange enough. Then I noticed the uniform. Dark shirt. Duty belt. Pants. Police. I zoomed in. My stomach tightened. Same build as me. Same height. Same posture. I tend to stand with my weight slightly more on my right leg because of an old knee injury. The figure did too. I zoomed farther. Same haircut. Same shoulders. Same shape of my face. I stopped breathing. The figure was me. Or looked like me. I checked the timestamp again. 12:02 a.m. Impossible. At 12:02, I was at the station. I remembered because I had been filling out paperwork from a traffic stop. I had talked to dispatch. I had poured coffee. There were cameras there. Other officers saw me. I was nowhere near that house. Still, the person in the footage looked exactly like me. I watched until 3:19, the woman's call. Then the figure disappeared, not walked away. One frame it was standing there, the next frame the yard was empty. I replayed it. Again, no movement, no exit, just gone. I sat inside my patrol car longer than I want to admit. Then I told myself the obvious thing. Prank. Someone wearing a replica uniform. Maybe someone who knew me. Maybe the woman had a son who recognized local officers and decided to scare her. Stupid, but possible. The footage wasn't perfect. Darkness can make faces look familiar. I went back inside and told the woman the camera had recorded someone. I didn't tell her it looked like me. I asked if she knew me before that night. She said no. Had she ever seen me around town? Maybe. She wasn't sure. I filed the report, saved a copy of the video, then left. For 3 days, I kept telling myself it was a prank. The problem was I kept watching the footage. I know that was a mistake. If I had deleted it, maybe everything afterward would have been different. But I couldn't stop. I watched it between calls, at lunch, at home. I zoomed in, adjusted contrast, compared screenshots to pictures of myself. The more I studied it, the less convincing my normal explanation became. The figure's uniform was almost mine. Almost, the badge was on the wrong side. At first, I thought the video had mirrored the image. It hadn't. The shoulder patch was upside down. My shoes were black tactical boots. The figure wore something more like polished dress shoes. My radio usually sat slightly angled on my belt. Its radio was perfectly vertical. Little mistakes, like someone had been told what a police officer looked like, but had never actually worn the uniform. Then I noticed something worse. The face. At normal size, it looked like mine. Zoomed in, parts were wrong. The ears slightly too high. Eyes too close together. Teeth too, even. Not enough to make it a different person. Enough to make my skin crawl. On the 4th night, I installed a new camera at my own house. I already had a porch camera, but I added another facing the yard. I told myself it was for security. Really, I wanted to know if the figure would appear again. It did. First night, 2:11 a.m., there was someone standing near the edge of my lawn. Not me, my neighbor, Mark Ellis. I knew him well. We had lived beside each other for 6 years. Good man, retired electrician, always borrowed my lawnmower even though he owned one. Heart attack 2 years earlier. I went to his funeral, saw the body. Yet there he was in my camera footage, standing beneath the maple tree, facing my house. I watched until sunrise, never moved, never blinked. At 5:46, gone, I checked outside. No prints, no marks, nothing. I didn't sleep that day. I studied the footage. Mark's face was right, mostly, but his clothes were wrong. He always wore baseball caps. The figure had some kind of old felt hat. The coat was something I had never seen him own. Its shoulders looked too narrow. Its hands hung too low. Like the thing knew what Mark looked like, but had reconstructed him from incomplete information. I started thinking about the woman. She had seen the figure in her yard when I hadn't. Maybe that first call had not been random. Maybe she saw me because I was the person coming. That idea sounded insane. So I called the department. I told my sergeant there was something strange happening with private security footage. I showed him. He watched about 30 seconds. Then said, "You need sleep." I protested. He said the woman's recording could be manipulated. My neighbor footage could be some idiot in a costume. Then he asked how many hours I had worked that week. Too many. He gave me 2 weeks off. Administrative, not disciplinary. Go home. Sleep. Stop staring at cameras. I went home. I did not sleep. I watched cameras. The more I watched, the more figures I found, not only on mine. I began searching publicly accessible neighborhood camera clips, local social media groups, people posting strange night activity, a figure near a mailbox, someone standing in a driveway, person caught motionless behind a garage. At first, none looked important. Then I recognized faces. A retired teacher who moved away. Someone's uncle who had died. A woman I had gone to high school with. An old friend I had not spoken to in years. Always standing. Always watching. Always slightly wrong. I became obsessed. I started contacting homeowners. Most hadn't noticed anything. Some thought I was crazy. One woman told me the figure in her driveway looked like her father. Her father had died when she was 14. Another man said he saw his former roommate. The roommate was alive, but living across the country. Different people saw different identities. The figures only appeared at night, almost always at houses where one person was alone. That pattern terrified me. I showed everything to my partner, Eric. We had worked together almost 5 years. If anyone was going to tell me whether I had lost my mind, it was him. He came over. I played footage. My yard. Mark, the woman's yard. Me, other houses. Eric watched without joking. That alone worried me. Then I showed him a clip from a house 3 blocks away. A woman standing near a fence. He leaned forward. That's Allison. Who? He looked at me. My ex-wife. I knew Allison, not well. They had divorced years earlier. She lives in Ohio. Eric shook his head. No, what? She died. I stared at him. He had never told me. 5 years ago. He zoomed in. That's her face. I said, look closer. He did. Her nose was narrower. Hair parted on the wrong side. One cheek sat slightly lower. He pulled his hand away from the phone. That isn't Allison. No, but it is. That's the problem. He stopped watching. For a few days, neither of us talked about it. Then my camera captured me, not Mark. Me, 2:17 a.m. I was sitting in my living room at that exact time, phone in hand, watching old footage. The camera notification appeared, person detected. I opened it. There I was, standing in my yard, same blue button-up shirt, same dark pants, same clothes I was wearing inside. I looked down at myself. Blue shirt, then back at the image. Exact, this time the details weren't slightly wrong, not obviously. The figure had learned. 2:17. My phone clock said 2:18. A minute ago, I ran to the window, nothing outside. Checked camera again. Figure gone. I locked everything, pulled curtains. Then noticed something. The footage had sound. Usually backyard clips were almost silent. This one had faint audio, breathing, my breathing. Same slight whistle I get through my nose when allergies are bad. The thing wasn't just copying appearance anymore. It was copying details. I returned to work early because staying home became impossible. My sergeant objected. I said I was fine. He made me sit with a department psychologist. I lied, slept well, no hallucinations, no thoughts of hurting myself, everything fine. They let me return on restricted duty. That was a mistake, too. Because once I started watching the city through patrol eyes again, I saw them everywhere. Parking lots after closing. Figures at intersections. People standing under trees. Someone visible for half a second in a second-story window of an abandoned building. Always still. Always facing someone. I started wondering how long they had been there before cameras became common. Maybe people had always seen them. Maybe we just lacked recordings. Then came the kitchen. I woke around 3. Sound downstairs, cabinet door, soft wood on wood. Then another. I grabbed my gun, walked down. Kitchen lights off. No one. Every cabinet open. All of them. Upper, lower, pantry, even the small cabinet above the refrigerator I barely use. I searched the house. Nothing. Then checked security footage. At 2:53, I entered the kitchen, or something wearing me did. Same clothes I had gone to sleep in. It opened the first cabinet, looked inside, closed nothing, opened another, then another. Every movement exactly like mine. I have a habit when looking for something. Left hand on the counter, right hand opening doors, head tilted slightly. The figure did all of it. It wasn't searching randomly. It was practicing my routine. When it finished, it turned toward the camera. Smiled, I almost dropped the phone. My smile, but exaggerated. Teeth too white, lips too wide. The expression held too long. No blinking. Then it walked out of frame. I called Eric. Come over. He heard something in my voice and didn't ask questions. He arrived about an hour later. I watched his car pull up, watched him walk to the porch. I unlocked the door myself. He looked exhausted. We sat in the living room. I showed him the kitchen footage. He watched twice, then put the phone down. I need to tell you something. What? I've been seeing them too. I felt both relief and terror. Since when? He stared toward the window. 3 weeks. 3 weeks? Since that first woman. He pulled out his phone, his cameras. A figure in his yard. Older woman, thin, standing near the fence. My mother. His mother died when he was 12. I knew that. He had mentioned it once. How long? Almost every night. Why didn't you tell me? Because I thought you were losing it. I almost laughed. So you decided to lose it privately? Basically, we compared footage. The times were different. 2:17, 3:04, 1:38, but always night. Always when one of us was alone. Eric said something I had not noticed. They're getting closer. He was right. First figure at edge of property. Then center yard. Then porch. Then kitchen. Progress, observation turning into entry. What do they want? I don't know. Lights flickered. Once, twice, Eric and I stopped talking. Then, knock. 3 slow knocks on the front door. We both stared. Pause. 3 more. Nobody moved. I had my gun on the coffee table. Eric reached toward his. The knocking stopped. Footsteps crossed the porch. Slowly walked away. I opened the camera feed. No person at the door. But someone stood in the street. Under the street lamp. Eric. Exact height. Exact build. Same jacket. Same pants. Facing my house. I turned toward him. He was still sitting on my couch. For a second, relief, then I looked at his face. Something was wrong. I don't know how I knew. Maybe the eyes. Eric had brown eyes. The man on my couch had brown eyes too. But the focus was strange. He looked at me without little movements. People's eyes are never truly still. His were. I said, Eric? He smiled. Wrong, small, too controlled. I stood. He stood too. I grabbed my gun. You're not him. He didn't look frightened. He didn't ask what I meant. That confirmed everything. He smiled wider. Then walked toward the door. I raised the weapon. Stop. He didn't. I should have fired. I didn't. Some part of me still saw my partner. 8 years of police work teaches you not to shoot because something feels wrong. He opened the front door, walked outside. I watched through the window. The figure in the street remained still. My partner, or whatever, had been sitting with me, approached it. They stopped facing each other. 2 identical men. For almost a minute, neither moved. No gestures, no words, nothing. Then one turned toward my house. The other stayed where it was. I backed away from the window. I couldn't tell which had turned. That was the moment everything changed. Until then, I believed the copies were learning, imitating, approaching, but what I saw in the street suggested something else. They weren't only copying people, they were comparing, choosing, maybe replacing. I locked the door, turned off the lights. Stupid, darkness immediately felt worse. I turned them back on. When I checked the camera, only one Eric remained, standing near my driveway. Then the feed froze. When it returned, nobody. I called Eric's phone. It rang from my couch. I stared at it. His phone was sitting between the cushions. He had left it there. Or the thing had. I did not touch it for several minutes. Then it rang. Incoming call. Eric, I nearly screamed. his own phone receiving a call from his own number. I answered on speaker. Static, then breathing. Eric? A whisper, don't let me in. My blood went cold. Where are you? I don't know. His voice sounded distant. Wind, maybe traffic. Are you outside? I think so. What happened? I saw myself. I know. No, he started breathing faster. I saw you too. What? When I came over. I stopped. You were standing upstairs. I was downstairs. I know. He whispered. You were watching me through the bedroom window. I looked toward the ceiling. Eric. Then another voice joined the call. My voice. Very faint. Come outside. Eric shouted. Call ended. I stayed inside until morning. When sunlight came, I searched the property. No Eric. No prints. Nothing. I called his house. No answer. Department tried contacting him. Nothing. By noon, he was considered missing. I didn't tell them everything. What could I say? 2 versions of my partner met in the street and one disappeared. They already thought I was exhausted. Now my partner was missing after being at my house. That made me a problem. Internal Affairs questioned me. I gave them the basic truth. Eric visited. Left? I did not know where he went. His phone remained in my living room. Camera footage from that night was corrupted. Of course it was. Only partial frames. No clear second Eric. No useful evidence. They suspended me. I didn't fight. I went home. That was 6 days ago. Since then, I have watched them learn. Every night, the version of me returns. At first, yard. Then porch. Then inside the camera feed, even though doors remain locked. It stands closer each night. One night, it wore yesterday's clothes. Then current clothes. Yesterday, it wore what I planned to wear the following morning. That frightened me more than anything. How could it know? Maybe it isn't copying the past anymore. Maybe it is predicting. Or maybe I am slowly copying it. I started testing myself. Small things. I would choose a shirt at random. Camera figure wore it before I put it on. I would stand differently. Next night, figure stood that way. I began writing down details only I knew. Memories, habits, private thoughts. Then I caught myself wondering whether the copy knew those too. Sleep became impossible. When I did drift off, I dreamed of people standing outside every house. Thousands of them, each waiting for someone inside. Not attacking, not breaking doors, just being seen. I woke one morning with muddy feet, no memory of going outside. Camera showed nothing. That was worse. Then I found security footage from a gas station 2 miles away. Time, 3:42 a.m., me standing beneath the canopy, barefoot, facing the road, completely still. I had been asleep at 3:42, or I believed I had. Maybe the copies don't always stay near home. Maybe one of us is already moving through the world while the other remembers sleeping. I started leaving notes to myself before bed. You, ARE home, do not go outside. If I woke and the note moved, I would know. First night, unchanged. Second night, unchanged. Third night, another line appeared beneath mine. I am home too. I burned the paper. Next morning, same message written in condensation on the bathroom mirror. I called the department psychologist. Told her I needed help. Not everything, just that I was having trouble distinguishing dreams from waking. She advised hospitalization. I almost agreed. Then I imagined a copy standing outside a hospital window, wearing my face. I hung up. Yesterday afternoon, a package appeared on my porch. No delivery notification, no label. Inside was Eric's badge. I knew it immediately. Scratch along one edge from when he dropped it during a foot chase. Correct badge number. Real, beneath it, a printed photograph. 2 men standing in my street, both Eric, facing each other. The image had been taken from inside my house, behind the camera. But I had been alone. On the back, handwriting, mine, one sentence, you chose wrong. I did not remember writing it. That brought me back to the first woman. I drove to her house. I know I shouldn't have, but I needed to ask what she remembered. She opened the door only after I identified myself through the window. She looked older, more frightened. I asked, "Do you remember the person in your backyard?" Her face changed. "Yes. What did they look like?" She stared at me, then whispered, "You." I know, no, she shook her head. "Not then." "What? When you came, I thought it was you." My stomach tightened. "What do you think now?" She looked toward the backyard. "It was my son." "Your son?" "He died when he was 19. I stared. She had never told me that. "Why did you say it looked like me?" "I didn't." "Yes, you." Then I stopped. She hadn't. That was my conclusion from the camera footage. I had recognized myself. She had only called it the person. I asked, "What did your son look like?" She described him. Tall, dark hair, thin face, nothing like me. "You saw your son on the camera?" She nodded. I took out the saved footage, played it. The figure still looked like me. She watched, started crying. "That's him." I nearly dropped the phone. "You see your son?" "Yes, I saw myself. Same video, different person." That was the moment I understood the recordings were not objective. The cameras did not capture one appearance. They captured something that changed depending on the viewer. A shape translated through memory. A person you recognized. Dead, gone, missing, or yourself. I asked the woman, "Why your son?" She said, "I was thinking about him that night." "What about?" "His birthday was the next day." The figure did not choose random faces. It used whoever occupied the deepest part of your mind. I thought of Eric seeing his mother, me seeing Mark, then myself. But why myself? Because by then I had become obsessed with being copied. The system used attention. Fear, recognition, maybe the wrong details existed because memory itself is wrong. Nobody remembers a face perfectly. A hat misplaced, badge on wrong side, nose different. The figure wasn't bad at copying. It was reproducing the version stored in the observer. That explained why it improved the more I watched. I was giving it better reference. The woman grabbed my wrist. "Stop looking." "What?" "That's what my son told me." "Her dead son? In dreams?" She shook her head. "The camera." She showed me a clip. Night, figure in yard. She saw her son. I saw a stranger. At 3:19, the figure raised one hand for the first time, then mouthed something toward the camera. The woman said, "He says, stop looking." I watched the mouth. 3 words. "Stop looking at me." The figure smiled. I shut off the video. Too late. My phone buzzed. Motion alert. My house. I opened it without thinking. Front porch. Me standing against the door. Not yard, not street. Right against the door. Face inches from the camera. Eyes staring directly into the lens. Perfect, no wrong badge, no strange smile. Every detail mine. It whispered through the camera microphone, "Found you." I drove nowhere near home. I checked into a motel. Paid cash. Turned off location services. No cameras inside the room as far as I knew. I covered the television, mirror, anything reflective. I sat awake all night. At 2:17, someone knocked. 3 times. I did not move. Pause. 3 more. Then Eric's voice. "Open up." I covered my ears. Then my neighbor Mark. Then my ex-wife. She didn't die. We divorced 7 years ago. She moved away. Still alive. But the voice knew how she sounded when she cried. Then my mother, who died when I was 23. Then myself. Opened the door. I stayed silent. The knocking stopped. I thought I had won something. Then the bathroom faucet turned on. I checked the room. Nobody inside. Water ran. I stood with my gun pointed toward the bathroom. The door slowly opened. Empty, sink running. Mirror uncovered. I had covered it with a towel. The towel lay on the floor. My reflection stood in the glass. I did not. It smiled. Then words appeared on the mirror. Not your face, your place. I understood slowly. It wasn't trying to become me because it wanted my appearance. It wanted my position, my relationships, my house, my history. Recognition was the doorway. Once enough people accepted a version as you, what happened to the original? Maybe that was what happened to Eric. Two versions met. I thought I had to choose which one was my partner. Maybe my act of choosing was exactly what completed the replacement. I had looked at the man on my couch and said, "You're not him." Then, one Eric walked outside. Maybe by rejecting one, I gave the other priority. You chose wrong. I packed immediately. Before leaving, I glanced at the motel security monitor behind the front desk. The clerk was asleep. 6 camera feeds. Parking lot. Hallway entrance on every screen. A figure stood somewhere. Different person on each. One looked like my mother. One Eric. One Mark. One me. Then all 6 turned toward their cameras at the exact same moment. I ran. I have been driving since. I don't stay anywhere more than a few hours. No security cameras if I can avoid them. No doorbell feeds. No mirrors after dark. The problem is they don't need cameras anymore. I see them with my own eyes now. Roadside. Empty parking lot. Behind gas stations. Standing under streetlights. Still, watching, if I focus too long, the face becomes familiar. So I stopped identifying them. That is my rule. Do not decide who they are. A figure is a figure. Nothing else. No names, no relationships, no recognition. It helps. Or did. Last night I parked behind a closed supermarket because I was too tired to keep driving. I woke at 3:19. Someone sat in the passenger seat. I did not look. I could see legs. Dark pants. Hands resting calmly. I stared forward. The person breathed. Then said, "You're learning." My voice. I said nothing. "You figured out the trick." Silence. It isn't copying. I gripped the steering wheel. It's filling empty places. I almost responded. Didn't. The passenger continued. When someone leaves, people keep a shape for them. My mother. Eric's mother. Dead neighbors. Ex's old friends. Memory creates an empty space shaped like a person. And when somebody is alone long enough, it said, "There's room." I whispered before I could stop myself, "Room for what?" The thing laughed softly. Mistake, me, I looked. I know, I shouldn't have. Passenger seat, Eric. My real Eric. At least that was my first thought. Face bruised, eyes red, terrified. Help me. I almost reached for him. Then remembered. No recognition. I looked away. He began crying. Please, I stared through the windshield. Then he said something only Eric knew. Years earlier, during a call that went bad, I froze for several seconds after seeing a child injured. Eric covered for me, never reported it. Afterward, he told me, "You get one freeze. Next time, move." Nobody else knew. The figure repeated those words. "You get one freeze." My hand shook. Then, next time, move, I turned. Empty passenger seat. Outside, hundreds of figures stood around the parking lot. Rows, motionless, facing my car. Some faces I knew, some I didn't. Then, one stepped forward. Eric, no wrong features. Perfect, he walked. First time I had ever seen one move while I watched. Slowly toward me. Others followed. I started the car. Drove through them. They disappeared before impact. I didn't stop until sunrise. This morning, I received an email from the department. Eric reported for work. I stared at the message. He had been missing. Internal investigation ongoing. Then suddenly, he returned. Said he had suffered a mental health crisis and left without telling anyone. Department doctor cleared him for limited duty. There was a photograph attached to a routine staff update. Eric, smiling, normal, except I could tell something was wrong. Not face, not eyes. The way he wore his radio. Wrong side. The same kind of error from the first footage. He isn't finished, yet everyone at the department recognizes him. That might be enough. I called my sergeant. Is Eric there? Yeah, how long? Came in this morning. Does he seem normal? Normal enough. Did you ask where he was? He explained. What explanation? Pause, my sergeant sounded confused. You know, you were here. No, I wasn't. You talked to him. My stomach dropped. When? About an hour ago. I was 3 counties away. He laughed nervously. Very funny. Check the camera. Silence. Then keyboard. A longer silence. What? What do you see? He didn't answer. Then you. Where? At the station. Look at me carefully. Another pause. Then the line disconnected. I called back. No answer. 5 minutes later, he texted, "Stop calling me." Then, you're standing in front of me. I threw the phone onto the passenger seat. That was 2 hours ago. I am driving north. No destination. I don't think distance matters. My copy is no longer waiting outside my house. It is going to work. Talking to people. Standing where I stand. Learning through them. The more people accept it, the less room there is for me. That is what this is. Replacement through recognition. Not body theft. Not murder. Consensus. If enough of the world believes that thing is me, what happens when I walk into the station? 2 officers. Same name. Same fingerprints, maybe. Same memories. One calm. One exhausted, armed, talking about copies. Who do you think they'll believe? I know. That is why I'm not going back. I was a police officer for 8 years. I believed evidence mattered. Cameras, witnesses, reports, identification. Now all those things are being used against me. A camera doesn't prove what something looks like. A witness doesn't prove who they saw. Memory doesn't prove who a person was. Recognition can be manufactured. And once enough people agree, maybe reality follows. I'm parked right now at a rest area. Daylight, people nearby. That makes me feel safer, for the moment. I checked my phone only once. There was a new security clip from my house. I don't know why I opened it. Daytime, my yard, no figure. Then the front door opened. I walked out. My copy. It was wearing my uniform properly now. Badge correct side. Patch correct. Boots correct. Everything. It stood on the porch. Looked directly into the camera. Then smiled. Normal smile. Mine, no wide lips. No white teeth. Perfect. It raised my phone. The phone I currently have in my hand. Then it showed the screen toward the camera. A live image of me sitting in this car. Right now. I looked up. Across the rest area, near the vending machines, a police officer is standing perfectly still. Same uniform, same height, same build. I refuse to look at his face. People keep walking past him. Nobody reacts. Maybe they don't see anything strange. Maybe they already know him as me. A family just walked by. The little girl waved at him. He waved back. I didn't. The mother said something. I couldn't hear all of it, but I heard my name. The officer turned slightly toward me, still too far away to see his face clearly. Then my phone rang, my own number. I did not answer. Voicemail, I played it without looking away from the figure. My voice, calm, professional. You can stop now. Pause. You're tired. Another pause. Let me take it from here. The figure by the vending machine started walking toward me. Slowly, I got into the car, locked the doors, started the engine. He stopped 20 feet away. I still didn't look directly at his face. Then, he said something through the closed windshield. I couldn't hear it, but I read his lips. You get one freeze. Next time, move, Eric's words. He knows everything Eric knew, and everything I know. I backed out. He stayed still. I drove away. For 10 miles, nothing. Then I looked in the rearview mirror. A patrol car behind me. Same department. Same unit number as mine, the one I turned in when they suspended me. It maintains exactly the same distance. If I accelerate, it accelerates. If I slow down, it slows. I haven't seen the driver. I won't. The radio in my car turned on by itself a few minutes ago. Static, then dispatch. My old dispatcher's voice. Unit 12. Confirm status. Unit 12 was mine. I said nothing. Again, Unit 12. Confirm status. Then another voice answered. Mine, Unit 12. Everything normal. Dispatch responded. Copy. The patrol car behind me flashed its headlights once. That scared me more than everything else. Because the department accepted the answer. The system accepted the answer. Somewhere, officially, I am already back on duty. I am the one out of place now. The copy has the house, the uniform, my coworkers, my badge, my history. Maybe soon my fingerprints. Maybe it already does. All I have left is the fact that I know I am me. And even that is becoming difficult. Because I keep remembering the first woman's backyard. The figure standing there for hours. I assumed I was at the station at 12:02 because I remembered being there. Coffee, radio, paperwork. But now I know memory isn't reliable. What if I was in the yard? What if the person at the station was already the other one? What if the first call wasn't the beginning? What if that woman didn't summon the copy into my life? What if she was the first person who saw the difference? Maybe the wrong badge, upside-down patch, wrong shoes. Those weren't mistakes made while copying me. They were mistakes I made trying to remember myself. That thought has been sitting in my head for the last hour, and I hate it. Because there is one piece of evidence I never checked. Station footage from 12:02. I still had remote access to archived recordings. I pulled over, opened it. There I am, at the station, pouring coffee, uniform, badge, everything. Then I zoomed in. Badge wrong side, patch upside down, wrong shoes. Exactly like the figure in the woman's yard. I stopped breathing. I checked the backyard clip. The figure there, badge correct, patch correct, my actual boots. I had it backward. The thing in the yard wasn't the copy. The man at the station was. Which means the version writing this might not be the original either. Maybe I came home from work that night already wrong. Maybe every time the figures meet, they don't replace people. They exchange errors, correcting each other. Two incomplete versions trying to determine which one matches the world. That would explain Eric. One in the street, one on the couch. They met. One returned. Better, more accurate. Not because it won, because they merged information. Every encounter improves the next version. And now there are two of me again. The patrol car behind me. And me. One of us has the corrected uniform. One of us has memories. Maybe both. The road ahead is empty. Night is coming. I can't keep driving forever. The patrol car is still there. Same distance. Never closer, never farther. The radio just spoke again. My voice. Pull over. I ignored it. Pull over. No, then, we need to compare. I almost laughed. That is what this has been from the start. The figures weren't watching. They were measuring. The woman. Her dead son. My neighbor. Eric's mother. Faces built from memory, waiting for someone to notice what was wrong. Every observation gave them corrections. Every fear taught them detail. Every encounter reduced the difference. And eventually, when the copy was close enough, it stepped inside. Cabinets, house, work, life. Now the thing behind me wants the final comparison. Me against me. Which badge side? Which memory? Which smile? Which version has enough details to be accepted? I'm not stopping. The road is getting darker. No streetlights now, only headlights. Trees on both sides. The patrol car behind me still follows. I looked in the mirror once, only once. The driver is me, of course. But he isn't smiling. He looks terrified. That changed everything. The copy I have seen all these nights always smiled wrong. This one is crying. He lifted one hand from the wheel, held up his phone. I received a text immediately. Don't let him turn around. I stared. Another message. He thinks you AREME. Then, I think you ARE him. I almost stopped the car. I didn't. Because now I understand the final cruelty. There may not be an original anymore. Maybe every encounter splits certainty. Maybe each version believes it is the one being replaced. Each has memories. Each has fear. Each looks at the other and finds one wrong detail. Then tries to correct it. What if the thing never needed to kill anyone? What if it only had to make identity impossible to prove? The patrol car behind me just flashed its lights again. My radio came alive. A voice, not mine. Eric, keep driving. I grabbed the radio. Eric, don't stop. Is that you? Long silence. Then, I don't know. That answer sounded real. More real than anything else tonight. What happens if I stop? They compare. And? One leaves. Which one? Eric started crying. The one everyone remembers better. Static, then, he said. That's why they stand outside houses. I understood. They wait. They watch. They learn the person through the people who love them. They become the remembered version, not the true person. The version family expects. Neighbor remembers the coat wrong. Copy gets wrong coat. Partner remembers your posture. Copy learns posture. Cameras don't record bodies. They record recognition. When enough memory gathers around a shape, that shape becomes someone. The figure in my yard wasn't stealing my life. Everyone around me was building it, me included. And now I have spent weeks studying it, correcting every flaw. Badge, patch, shoes, smile. I finished my own replacement. The patrol car behind me is slowing. For the first time, the distance changed. It is falling back. I should feel relief. I don't, because something is ahead now. Standing in the road, police officer, my uniform, my face, motionless, I stopped. The patrol car behind me stopped too. 3 of us, one inside my car, one behind, one ahead. My phone buzzed, unknown number. A live video opened without me touching anything. View from above. All 3 vehicles and figures. Then text. Final verification. I looked ahead. The figure raised its head. Perfect face. Perfect uniform. Nothing wrong. Behind me, the other me got out of his patrol car. He is walking toward us. I am still inside. Maybe that matters. Maybe not. The figure ahead smiled. Not wrong. Human, sad, almost. Then it mouthed, "Which one are you?" I don't know. I have spent all this time assuming I am the man who answered a strange call at 3:19 in the morning. 8 years on the force. Divorced. Neighbor named Mark. Partner named Eric. Bad knee. Blue button up. All those details feel true. But maybe truth isn't the same as origin. Maybe I am simply the version who remembers them most strongly. The man behind me is close now. I can see him in the mirror. He looks exactly like me. No errors. He is crying. The figure ahead is crying too. So am I. None of us knows. That is the part I think people need to understand if this gets found. If you ever see somebody standing outside your house at night, perfectly still, do not stare. Do not study their face. Do not ask yourself who they resemble. Do not compare their clothes to memories. Do not look for mistakes. Every detail you notice becomes something they can correct. And if you recognize someone dead, missing, distant, or even yourself, do not say the name. Recognition isn't protection. Recognition is permission. The figure behind me just reached my car. He knocked on the window 3 times. I looked ahead. The other one knocked on the hood 3 times. My radio turned on. Dispatch, Unit 12, confirm identity. None of us answered. Again, Unit 12, confirm identity. The one ahead looked at me. The one beside me looked at me. I suddenly realized that may be the real test. Someone has to answer. Someone has to claim the name. Then the others become wrong. I turned the radio off. Both figures stopped moving. The road became completely silent. The one beside my window whispered, "Good." The one ahead smiled. Then both walked into the trees. Not vanished. Walked. For the first time, I watched them leave normally. I waited until sunrise. No patrol car behind me, no figure ahead. I drove again. I don't know whether refusing to identify myself ended anything. Probably not. But something changed. I haven't heard dispatch. No camera notifications. Nobody has called me by name. That last part bothers me. I stopped at a diner this morning. Paid cash. The waitress asked, "What can I get you, sir?" Not my name. Good. Then I called the department from a payphone. I asked for Eric. The dispatcher said, "Who?" I gave his full name. No officer by that name. I asked about myself, my own name. Long silence. Then, "We don't have anyone here by that name." 8 years. Gone, I drove to my old neighborhood. My house exists. Different truck in the driveway. A family I don't know living there. I stopped across the street. The woman came outside, asked if I needed something. I asked how long she had lived there. 7 years. Impossible. I lived there 6. My neighbor Mark's house is empty. A realtor sign. I looked up his obituary. Nothing. No record. I called my ex-wife. Number disconnected. Searched her name. Nothing. Not alive. Not dead. Nothing. Then I checked photographs on my phone. Most are gone. The ones remaining show places without me. Group photos where there is an empty gap. Eric missing too. I should be terrified. I am. But there is relief underneath it. Maybe refusing the name stopped the replacement by removing the role entirely. No original. No copy. Just an empty place. Maybe that's what those figures really are. People whose identities have already been separated from the world. Standing outside, waiting for someone to remember them strongly enough to come back. If that's true, I understand the woman's son, Eric's mother, my neighbor. The dead. The distant. All of them. They weren't monsters copying familiar people. They were empty spaces trying to become visible through memory. And maybe some of them really were the people we lost. Or fragments. Or something shaped by grief until the distinction stopped mattering. I'm sitting in my car again now. No badge. No department. No home I can prove belonged to me. I don't know what my legal name is anymore. My driver's license is blank. Photos still there. No text. Credit cards rejected. Phone contacts disappearing one by one. I'm becoming difficult for the world to recognize. Maybe soon impossible. But tonight, I checked a motel security feed. I know I said I wouldn't. I needed to know. There's a figure standing in the parking lot, facing my room. I watched carefully at first, then stopped myself. No details, no name, just a person. It remained there for 3 hours. At 3:19, it lifted one hand, not waving, pointing toward another figure. I had not noticed the second one. It was standing directly beneath my window. Then a third appeared, then 4, then dozens, every one motionless, all facing my room. None had recognizable faces because I refused to look long enough. That helped until my phone received a message. No number, only text. "We remember you." I started crying. Because that is what I have wanted since this began. Proof I existed. Proof somebody knows me. Then another message, "Let US in." I deleted it. Third message, "You don't have to be empty." That almost got me. I understand now why people open doors. It isn't always fear. Sometimes it is loneliness. Sometimes the thing outside looks like the only person who still remembers your name. I'm not opening the door. Not tonight. Maybe never. But the figures outside are still standing there, and one of them just spoke. Not loudly. I heard it through the closed window. My mother's voice. I haven't thought about my mother in years. She died before I joined the force. At least, I think she did. Her voice said, "Sweetheart." I closed my eyes. Then she said my name, my real name, the one I had been afraid to think, the one the department forgot, the one missing from my license. I won't write it here. I won't give it another witness. Because the moment she said it, every figure in the parking lot turned toward her, not toward me. Her, and she screamed. That is when I finally understood one last thing. They are not waiting for us to recognize them. They are waiting to hear which name belongs to which body. Names fix the mistake. Names decide who returns. And whoever stands outside my motel wearing my mother's voice just used mine. Now every figure is walking toward her. She keeps screaming my name. Again, again, trying to give them me. I'm staying silent. I don't know what will be standing out there when morning comes. I don't know whether I'm still a police officer, a missing man, a copy, an empty memory. I know only this. The first woman called because someone stood in her backyard for 3 hours, watching. I thought I was the officer sent to help her. Maybe I was. Maybe I wasn't. But if she had never called, she might have eventually opened the door. And whatever stood outside, wearing the shape she remembered, would have walked inside. So if you see one of them, call someone, talk to someone, turn on lights, stay around people. But when help arrives, don't assume the person knocking is the same one you called. And whatever you do, if the figure outside looks like someone you love, someone you lost, or someone whose face you know better than your own, do not say their name. Because I think that is the only thing they cannot learn by watching. And once you give it to them, they no longer need to stand outside. My name is Tyler, and about 6 months ago, I started working maintenance at a private research facility outside the city. I'm not a scientist. I don't wear a white coat, I don't handle samples, and I couldn't tell you the difference between half the viruses they work with without looking them up first. My job is much less interesting. Electrical systems, cooling units, backup generators, air pressure, ventilation, things like that. If a freezer storing thousands of dollars worth of biological material starts warming up at 2 in the morning, somebody calls me. If an air handler begins making a noise it shouldn't, somebody calls me. If one of the fume hoods stops pulling enough air, somebody calls me. Most days, I never even enter the actual research rooms. That was fine with me. The place worked on all kinds of animals. Monkeys, rats, mice, bats, mosquitoes, sometimes insects I had never heard of. The researchers tested vaccines, studied infectious diseases, and ran experiments involving viruses that I tried not to learn too much about. I know enough to understand that some of the things kept inside those laboratories could ruin your week in ways a normal workplace accident couldn't. That was why everything had multiple layers of protection. Negative pressure rooms, sealed doors, emergency showers, air filtration, decontamination chambers, restricted access, backup systems for the backup systems. The scientists liked reminding new employees that nothing dangerous was supposed to escape. Supposed to. That word means a lot more to me now than it did 6 months ago. One of my responsibilities involved checking the fume hoods. A fume hood is basically a ventilated work enclosure. The technicians handle chemicals or biological samples inside it while air gets pulled away from them and into a controlled exhaust system. In theory, anything harmful stays inside. In theory. The first 5 months of my job were boring. That is probably why I became comfortable. Too comfortable. Nothing serious ever happened. Sometimes a sensor failed. Sometimes a filter needed changing. Once, a freezer alarm went off because somebody had left the door slightly open. The most dangerous thing I personally dealt with was a leaking container of cleaning solvent. Then, last week, my company phone woke me at 3:19 in the morning. The alarm sound was different from a normal message. Sharp, repeating, almost like an emergency broadcast alert. I woke instantly. For several seconds, I didn't know where I was. Then I saw the screen glowing on my nightstand. Emergency priority. I sat up. The message was from Devon. Devon worked nights in building operations. We weren't close, but I knew him pretty well. Good guy, late 30s, always drank terrible vending machine coffee. He had trained me on several of the ventilation systems when I started. The message read, "Tyler, it's Devon. We have a fume hood in alarm mode, Biotech, East Wing, second floor, Lab 237. I'm heading there now, but I need you here ASAP. Possible hazardous contamination." I read the last 2 words twice. Hazardous contamination. Perfect, I muttered. I got out of bed. Part of me expected a second message. Something saying the alarm had cleared. Nothing came. I called Devon. No answer. I tried again while putting on jeans. Straight to ringing. Then voicemail. I told myself he was already inside the facility. Maybe bad reception. Maybe he was wearing protective equipment. I grabbed a granola bar, my keys, and left. The lab was only about 10 minutes from my apartment, under normal conditions. That night, rain had started coming down hard. Not a gentle summer shower. Sheets of water. Wind pushing it sideways. My windshield wipers barely kept up. The roads were empty. Every traffic light seemed to turn red just as I approached it. I remember feeling irritated, not frightened. I actually remember thinking about overtime pay. That changed when I reached the property. The facility sat behind 2 perimeter fences with a security gate at the main entrance. There should have been a guard, always, day or night. Instead, the little security booth was empty. The gate was open. I slowed my car. That bothered me. Maybe emergency procedures required it. I didn't know. I drove through. Most of the building was normally illuminated 24 hours a day. Parking lot lights. Security lights. Exterior walkways. That night, nearly everything was dark. Only a few red emergency fixtures glowed around the main entrance. I parked. The rain hammered the roof of my car. For several seconds, I stayed inside. Something was wrong. I checked my company phone again. No new messages. I called Devon. Still nothing. Then I heard the alarms. Even through the rain and closed windows. Faint from the east side of the building. A repeating electronic pulse. Contamination alarm. I had heard it during training. Never for real. I got out. By the time I reached the entrance, my clothes were soaked. The main doors unlocked with my badge. That was another thing that felt wrong. During a serious contamination event, access should have been restricted. Maybe the system had partially failed. I entered. The lobby lights were off. Emergency strips along the floor gave the hallway a dull red glow. No reception staff. No security. No voices. I called, "Hello?" My voice echoed. No response. Somewhere far inside the building, beep, 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 the alarm. I went toward the locker room. Every step sounded too loud. Normally, even at night, there were people around. Technicians, cleaning crews, security, researchers working strange schedules. That night, I saw nobody. Inside the locker room, I opened the emergency cabinet. Full contamination suit. I had worn one during training. never during an actual incident. I stepped into it carefully. Boots, inner gloves, outer gloves, suit, respirator system. Helmet, I checked the seal twice. My hands were shaking slightly. I kept telling myself this was why the equipment existed. This was routine. Follow procedure. Solve problem. Go home. I entered the operations control room next. Several monitors were dark. One remained active. A red warning covered most of the screen. Ventilation failure. Biotech East. Lab 237. Air quality. Critical. Pressure differential failure. Fume hood 237B. Exhaust error. There was also a contamination estimate. I didn't understand most of the chemical codes, but the airborne concentration indicator was still increasing. That meant whatever was leaking had been spreading longer than it should have. I grabbed my tool bag. Portable airflow tester. Replacement sensor. Manual override key. Then I noticed another line on the monitor. Personnel detected. 4. 4 people still inside Lab 237. One of them had to be Devon. I called him again through the suit communication system. Nothing. Devon, this is Tyler. Static, I'm heading to 237. No response. I left control. The east wing was separated by several automatic doors. My badge opened each one. That bothered me more every time. By the second floor, the contamination alarms became painfully loud. Red strobes flashed along the ceiling. The air looked normal at first. Then I reached the corridor leading to Lab 237. Something dark was drifting beneath the lights. Clouds, not smoke exactly. A thick gray haze. It rolled slowly across the floor and walls. My suit alarm activated. External contamination detected. I stopped. Everything inside me said turn around. Call emergency services. Call hazmat. Call anyone. Then I remembered 4 personnel detected. Devon, maybe 3 researchers. Maybe alive. And if the fume hood was still pushing contaminated air into the lab, the ventilation problem needed to be stopped before anything spread farther. I continued. The cloud became denser. My flashlight barely penetrated it. I reached the laboratory door, small glass viewing panel. Couldn't see through. I swiped my badge. Nothing. Again, access denied. I used the emergency override. The lock clicked. Pressure released with a hiss. I entered. Visibility was terrible. Dark vapor moved around me. My helmet filter system made a constant low hum. The suit display warned me not to remain exposed longer than necessary. The alarm from the fume hood guided me. Beep, 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 I moved between counters. Nearly tripped over something. I looked down. A shoe. Human, attached to a leg disappearing into the haze. Hey, no response. I knelt. Person in a lab coat. Face down. I checked for movement. Nothing. I couldn't see enough to identify them. I kept going. The fume hood was near the far wall. Its front glass had been left partially open. Airflow alarm flashing red. Inside sat several containers. One had tipped. Cloudy liquid covered part of the work surface. I closed the sash. Then removed the front maintenance panel. The exhaust fan relay had failed. Why? I didn't know. The motor itself still had power. I manually opened the bypass. Restarted the fan. Nothing. Second attempt. The exhaust suddenly roared. Air began moving. The gray cloud pulled toward the hood and ceiling vents. I hit the alarm reset. Beep, beep, then silence. The room slowly cleared. And that was when I saw all 4 bodies. 1 near the entrance, 2 beside the central workbench, 1 near me. Devon, I recognized him immediately. He was lying on his back. His protective mask was several feet away. At first, I thought he had removed it after collapsing. Then I saw the straps. Torn, not unclipped. Torn, his face was scratched badly. Long marks across his cheek. His eyes were closed. Blood had dried around his nose. Devon? Nothing. I moved toward him. Then stopped. One of the other bodies twitched. Tiny movement. Hand, I turned. A man in a white lab coat lay on his side. No mask. His chest rose. Breathing, sir? No answer. I took one step toward him, then remembered the sample. I turned back to the hood. Glass container, cloudy substance, printed label. Most of it was technical information. Then I saw the word encephalomyelitis, a code beneath it, lot numbers, strain designation. My brain grabbed the word and associated it with something from training. Viral encephalitis, rabies research. I wasn't certain, I'm not a scientist, but I whispered. Rabies? The technician behind me moved. Fast, I barely saw him rise. 1 second, he was on the floor. Next, he was sprinting, straight at me. He hit me before I could react. My back slammed against the floor. The impact knocked air from my lungs. He landed on top of me. His eyes were open now, red, not glowing. Bloodshot so badly, the whites looked almost completely crimson. His mouth hung open. Saliva streamed from his chin. He screamed, not words, a raw animal sound. Then he clawed at my helmet. I grabbed both wrists. He was insanely strong. Not supernatural strong, adrenaline strong. Every muscle locked. No hesitation, no sense of pain. His nails scraped across my faceplate. Then he bit it. Hard, teeth struck plastic. Again, he was trying to bite through my mask. Stop. Nothing. I kicked upward. My boots connected with his abdomen. He barely reacted. I kicked again, harder. This time he flew backward. He hit a cabinet. Glass shook. I scrambled up. Another body moved. Woman, lab coat. She pushed herself upright with a strange jerking motion. Her head snapped toward me. Eyes red, mouth wet. Then she ran. I ducked. She passed over me and crashed headfirst into a cabinet full of beakers. Glass exploded. She went down for half a second, then started getting up. Blood ran from her forehead. She didn't seem to notice. That was when Devon moved. I watched his hand close. Then his head turned. Slowly, his eyes opened. Red, all four. Alive, or something close to alive. I backed toward the cold storage room. The first technician was already standing again. His nose looked broken. He smiled at me. Not a human smile. Teeth bared. Saliva, then all four focused on me. I ran. The cold room door was heavy, insulated steel with a small reinforced window. I grabbed the handle, pulled, it opened. I jumped inside. Turned, the four of them charged. I slammed the door. The first technician hit it full force. Bang, his face smashed against the glass. Blood sprayed across the outside. He stumbled, then immediately hit it again. Devon joined him. Then the others. Hands, fists, faces, teeth, they scratched the window. Banged the steel, screamed. I locked the internal safety latch. Then backed away. That was almost 40 minutes ago. I'm still inside. The cold room is used for storing biological samples. Temperature is just above freezing, not enough to kill me immediately. Enough that I'm already shaking. My contamination suit helps, not forever. I tried calling police. 1 bar. Call failed. Tried 911. Connected for maybe 4 seconds. I said the facility name, then dropped. I sent texts. Some show pending. Some failed. That is why I started writing this. If a signal appears long enough, maybe it uploads. At first, I thought I had 20 minutes before the cold became dangerous. I've already been here longer. The suit is insulated better than I realized. The bigger problem is them. They stopped pounding 10 minutes ago. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. I went to the window. They were standing outside. All four. Still, watching Devon closest. His forehead split from hitting the door, blood running into one eye. He looked directly at me. Then something happened that made me question the rabies theory. He spoke. Tyler, I froze. A severely rabid person shouldn't calmly use my name. Devon? His head tilted. Then he smiled. Open, his voice sounded wrong. Throat damaged. Wet, but understandable. Are you okay? He stared. Then, cold, I didn't answer. He leaned closer to the glass. Open, the others stood behind him. Motionless, I asked. What happened? Devon's smile widened. Then one of the women answered. Air, one word. I backed away. They weren't behaving like infected animals anymore. They were learning, or recovering. I don't know which is worse. I checked the cold room emergency phone. Dead. Pulled the panel. No line signal. Then I found something stored on a clipboard beside the refrigeration controls. Inventory sheet. Most items normal. Cell cultures. Frozen tissues. Research samples. Then, Project Ecofauna. Authorized access, level 5. I had never heard of it. One freezer in the back was marked with the same project code. I shouldn't have opened it. I know. But I was trapped. I wanted to understand what was happening outside. The freezer required a badge. My maintenance override worked. Inside were several metal containers, most labeled with animal species. Rhesus macaque, rat, canine, Chiroptera. Then one, human tissue control. Another, vocal response series. I stared. What did vocal response have to do with encephalomyelitis? There was a tablet attached to the freezer. I pressed power. It turned on. No network. Local data. Project summary. I read enough. The experiment wasn't rabies. Not exactly. They were studying a modified neurotropic virus, something engineered from several viral families, designed to move rapidly through neural tissue. The stated purpose was treating degenerative neurological disease. The virus could enter damaged brain cells and stimulate new neural connections. That sounded good. Then I read the problem. Unexpected behavior in animal trials. Rapid aggression. Loss of fear response. Extreme sensory fixation. Vocal imitation. The last phrase made me stop. Vocal imitation. I scrolled. Animals exposed to later strains began reproducing familiar sounds. Not species-appropriate sounds. Environmental sounds. A macaque mimicked a technician's cough. A dog reproduced something resembling a human word. Rats altered vocalization patterns after repeated exposure to recorded voices. Then, cross-subject neural pattern acquisition suspected. I didn't understand. Another note, subjects exposed through aerosolized strain demonstrate group synchronization. Group synchronization. Outside the door, one of the technicians knocked 3 times, not pounding. Knock, 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 I almost dropped the tablet. Then, Devon said, Tyler. I didn't answer. Another voice, cold, same word, same tone. Then all 4 together, open. Perfect synchronization. I backed farther into the room. The project notes continued. The virus had been designed to repair neural networks by using surrounding neural patterns as reference. In animals, something went wrong. Instead of repairing only damaged pathways, it began copying behavioral patterns. Movement, vocalization, responses, memory fragments. I thought of Devon knowing my name. He already knew my name normally. But the others? I didn't know them, yet they all said it. Maybe they learned it from him. Maybe the infection was linking them somehow. That was terrifying. Then I found the final test entry. Date tonight. 4 personnel authorized. Aerosol transmission trial. Lab 237. They intentionally released it. This wasn't an accident. At least not at first. The researchers had been testing an aerosol version inside the sealed hood. Then the exhaust failed. Why was Devon there? Maintenance response. Exactly like me. Maybe he arrived. Found them already affected. They attacked him. Pulled off his mask. Then he changed. I checked the personnel names. 3 researchers. 4th, Devon Mars. He was listed. Not responding maintenance. Participant. That hit me harder than anything. Devon had known. He wasn't just the person who discovered the alarm. He was part of the test. I scrolled. His role, controlled human exposure observer. Why would he text me? Another document answered that. Emergency protocol. In case of ventilation failure, maintenance technician TH, authorized for manual reset. My name. They had planned around me. They knew if the hood failed, I would be called. I felt sick. Maybe the failure wasn't accidental. Maybe I was another part of the experiment. I looked toward the door. Devon was still there, watching through the blood-streaked window. He smiled, then mouthed, "Now you know." I stepped back. No, the woman behind him laughed. My laugh. Exactly, I had never heard her speak before. She laughed, like me. Then another technician copied it. Then Devon. 4 versions of my laugh. That broke something in me. I started searching the tablet faster. There had to be emergency treatment. Antiviral, decontamination, anything. Instead, I found video files. Animal trials. I opened the newest. A monkey inside a cage. It moved violently at first, bit bars, threw itself against walls, then stopped. Another monkey entered a neighboring enclosure. The infected one watched. Within hours, its movements changed. Same posture, same gestures, same scratching pattern. At the end, both sat facing each other, perfectly synchronized. Then, the uninfected monkey began showing symptoms despite no physical exposure. I paused. That couldn't be right. There had to be transmission. Air, fluid, something, the note said. No viral load detected in secondary subject. Behavioral transfer occurred without measurable infection. I read it again. The researchers thought the virus created some kind of synchronized neural response after initial exposure. They didn't understand how. Maybe the infected subjects copied others so perfectly that observers began unconsciously copying them back. Maybe something stranger. I don't know. Then I noticed my hand, tapping my thigh. 3 times. Pause. 3 times. I stopped. Outside, Devon tapped the glass. 3 times. Same rhythm. I hadn't realized I was copying him. I moved away from the window. The tablet displayed another warning. Do not maintain visual contact with symptomatic subjects. Too late. A second line. Auditory mimicry may induce response alignment. I shut off the tablet. Outside, Tyler. I covered my ears. Cold room temperature, 36F. My hands were trembling. Not only cold now. Fear, I needed to escape. There was another door at the back of the cold room. Emergency freezer exit. I had noticed it earlier. It should lead to a service corridor. I went to it. Locked from outside, electronically. My override key opened the panel. I began manually disengaging the lock. Behind me, knock. Knock, knock. I ignored it. Then my mother's voice, "Tyler?" I froze. Impossible. She lived 2 hours away. I turned. The female researcher stood against the window. Her mouth moved. My mother's voice came out. "Tyler? Honey?" I felt my stomach collapse. They couldn't know her voice. I had never played recordings. Unless my phone. I looked at the company phone, then personal phone, both inside my suit. Could they hear through devices? No. That didn't explain the accuracy. My mother again opened the door. I covered my ears. Then my father. Then my own voice. Then Devon. Voices changing. Perfect. They weren't only copying sounds they heard after infection. Something else was happening. The tablet's phrase returned. Memory fragments. Could they pull from people who observed them? From me? No, I refused to believe it. I focused on the emergency lock. 1 screw. Then another. Door mechanism exposed. If I bridged 2 contacts, maybe release. Outside, the pounding resumed. Bang, bang, the window shook. I hurried. Then the cold room lights turned red. Refrigeration failure. Temperature started rising. At first, that seemed good. Then I realized why. The sample. If power failed, whatever was stored here could thaw. I opened the service door. Click. Unlocked. Relief. I pulled. The corridor beyond was dark. I looked back. The 4 infected researchers were still outside the main door. I slipped through, closed the service door quietly. The corridor smelled like bleach. Emergency lights, no alarms. I moved. My suit display still showed external contamination low. Maybe this part was clean. I reached a junction. Left toward stairwell, right toward animal containment. I chose left, then heard footsteps behind me. I ran, not pounding, soft, bare feet. How? The infected people were still outside the cold room, unless there were more. I reached the stairwell, badge, door opened. Started down, then a voice above Tyler. I looked. Devon standing at the top landing. Impossible, he had gotten around somehow. His face was bloody. Smile, I continued down. He followed. Not running. Walking, that was worse. He said, "You fixed it." "What?" "The air. I kept moving. You weren't supposed to fix it that fast." I stopped. Devon was 1 floor above. "You set me up." He smiled. "Not me." "Who?" He pointed upward. Then said they needed maintenance. I understood. The test planners. Someone deliberately triggered the hood. Called the exact technician who could repair it. Maybe they needed to see how infected subjects reacted to a new human. Me. Why? Devon's expression twitched. For 1 second, fear returned. Real Devon. He whispered, "Don't let them learn you." Then his face changed again. "Smile," he charged. I ran, downstairs, through another corridor. Emergency exit ahead. I hit the bar. Locked, of course. Facility lockdown had finally activated. I used my badge. Denied manual override. No. Behind me, footsteps multiple, I turned. Devon, woman, 2 men. Walking together. Same pace. I backed away. They stopped. All 4 tilted their heads. Same angle. I raised my wrench. "Stay back." Devon said, "Stay back. Woman, stay back. Man, stay back." All in my voice. Then they laughed. My laugh. I ran toward security. There should have been guards. That became my last hope. The front checkpoint was empty. Chairs overturned. 1 radio on the floor. Blood, no bodies. Then a monitor flickered. Camera feeds. I saw the front gate. 2 security guards standing outside, motionless, facing the building. I leaned closer. One raised his head, looked directly into the camera, then smiled. I stepped away. The facility wasn't empty. It was full of them. Some inside, some outside. Maybe the whole night shift. I checked other feeds. Animal wing, cages open, monkeys standing in corridors, not attacking, watching cameras, rat enclosures, animals pressed against glass. Still, every subject facing outward. Then, 1 feed showed lab 237. Empty, the cold room door open. My tool bag on the floor. Another feed, 2nd floor hallway. Nobody then, lobby, 4 figures. Behind me. I turned. Nothing. Looked at monitor. They were standing 10 feet behind my position. I turned again. Empty, camera feed still showed them. That was when I stopped trusting my eyes. I backed toward the control room. The monitor image changed. One of the figures walked closer to camera. My face. Not Devon. Me, wearing contamination suit. Same torn mark near right shoulder from where the technician scratched me. But I was standing in security. How could the camera show me elsewhere? I looked at timestamp. 3:19 a.m. The original call time, not current. Recorded footage. My copy had been in the building before I arrived. I felt cold. I rewound. 3:18. Empty hall. 3:19. Figure appears. Me, standing, then Devon, enters frame. He approaches the figure. They face each other. Devin sends something on his phone, my emergency alert. Then the figure puts one hand on Devin's shoulder. The feed glitches. When it returns, Devin is alone. He removes his mask, walks toward Lab 237. I watched again. The thing wearing me existed before I came. Maybe the experiment didn't need me as a test subject. Maybe it needed me as a reference. The researchers had created something that could reconstruct behavior from mind, sounds, observations, and it had already selected me. Why? Maintenance access. Facility knowledge. Someone able to leave without suspicion. I looked toward the exit. That was the real danger, not aggressive, infected researchers. A version of me walking out, going home, talking normally, passing security. Spreading whatever this was. The alarms changed. Facility-wide announcement. Automated containment failure. Then, external response team arrival. 06 minutes. Relief help, then the speakers crackled. My voice, Tyler? I looked up. Every speaker. 6 minutes. I started toward the decontamination chamber. If an external team arrived, I needed to make sure they didn't open the building blindly. I reached the main decon room. Emergency intercom. Signal. Finally, I called external command. Static, then a voice. Biotech facility emergency response. Identify. I nearly cried. Tyler Hayes. Maintenance, we have multiple exposed personnel. Do not enter without full containment. Repeat. Do not enter. Pause. Nature of exposure? I don't know. Neurological viral experiment. Project Echofauna. Long silence. Then, who told you that name? My stomach tightened. I found records. Another pause. Tyler, remain where you are. Are you coming? Yes, how many? No answer. Then the voice asked, are you alone? I looked through the small decon window. Nothing. Yes, the radio voice said, good. Then, don't look behind you. I did. Reflex. The woman researcher stood inches away. No sound. No movement. I swung the wrench. She ducked. Bit my suit sleeve. Teeth tore outer material but didn't penetrate inner layer. I shoved her. She grabbed the helmet. Devin appeared. Then the others. I hit emergency decon. Doors slammed. Chemical spray exploded from the ceiling. They screamed. I dropped. The disinfectant covered us. One man collapsed. Woman released me. I crawled toward the inner door. The system completed cycle. Door unlocked. I escaped. Locked it behind me. Through the window, the infected people stood in chemical mist. Skin reddened. Eyes open. Watching, then Devin placed his palm against the glass. His mouth moved. Thank you. Why thank me? I understood seconds later. The decontamination shower had washed the visible biological residue from them. If external responders tested surfaces, they might appear cleaner. I had just helped them. The containment team arrived. I heard vehicles outside, radio traffic. I ran to the front lobby. Through the glass doors, black trucks, people in hazmat suits. Finally, one responder approached. I raised both hands. Don't open. They couldn't hear through glass. I pointed toward side access. Then froze. Behind the response team stood another person. No suit, me, normal clothes, blue jeans. Jacket, exactly what I had worn driving to the facility. He stood beside my car. Watching, nobody reacted. They could see him. One responder turned, spoke to him. My copy answered. The responder nodded. They thought he was me. I began pounding the glass. No. Outside me, looked toward me. Smiled, then pointed at the building. The team prepared to enter. He was directing them, using my knowledge, my authority. Whatever he was, he had everything it needed. I ran to the emergency door controls, locked main entrances manually. One responder looked confused. I activated external speakers. My voice went out. Do not enter. Person outside claiming to be Tyler Hayes is not ME. Everyone froze. The copy looked up at the speaker. Then laughed. My laugh. One responder raised a radio. Through the external speaker return channel, "Tyler, we have you outside." "No, you have something that looks like me." Silence, then the copy stepped forward. I watched it speak to the team. Couldn't hear. The team leader looked toward the building. Then asked, "Prove identity." "How?" I gave employee number, copy probably knew it, home address, same supervisor name, same, then I remembered something stupid, the Milky Way wrapper in my car. No, wrong memory, stress blending everything. I focused. Something only I would know from before the facility. Childhood, family, but if this thing could pull memories, useless, I said. Don't test identity, test infection. They did. Portable scanner. Swab blood the copy allowed it. Results apparently normal. Team relaxed. Of course, maybe it wasn't infected. Maybe it was something built from infected minds. Then the copy looked directly at me through the glass, mouthed, open, exactly like Devon. The lights shut off, facility power failure, emergency red, locks defaulted. Click, main door released. Response team entered. I ran, not toward them. Away, because behind them my copy walked in calmly. Nobody stopped him. I went back toward the cold room, the only secure place I knew. The temperature alarms were still active. I reached the corridor, then stopped. Cold room door open, inside someone sitting on the floor. Me, another one, contamination suit, helmet off, face pale, right hand bloody. He looked at me. Finally, I backed away. "How many?" He smiled sadly. "I don't know. Which one are you?" Same question. Behind me, responders shouted. Gunfire, screams, the second me stood. Every time they look at us, it gets better. "What is it?" He pointed at my head. Reference. That was what the virus did. Repair damaged neural pathways using nearby patterns. But when aerosolized, when networked across multiple subjects, it stopped distinguishing between individuals. It treated identity as damaged tissue. Anything incomplete got repaired using whatever information surrounded it. Voice, movement, memory, face, the infected weren't possessed. They were being overwritten and rebuilt from each other. And now, from me. Maybe there was no monster. Just a biological system doing exactly what it had been engineered to do. Repair, synchronize, remove differences. One healthy pattern, shared across every host. The second me said, "They picked you because you know the building." "Who?" Everyone, gunfire closer. Screaming stopped. Then many footsteps. Perfect rhythm. The copy said, "Run. You're one of them." "Maybe, why help me?" He looked afraid. "Because I still think I'm you." That answer terrified me. We ran together. Two Tylers. Down the service corridor. Behind us, voices, Devon, researchers, responders, all calling, "Tyler." We reached an emergency utility tunnel beneath the facility. Maintenance access. I knew it led to a drainage outlet beyond the perimeter fence. The copy knew too. We ran side by side. I kept looking at him. Same stride. Same breathing. Same limp from an old ankle injury. Everything, then he said, "Stop comparing." "What?" "It learns when you compare." I looked away. Behind us, voices began matching our breathing. We reached the tunnel exit. Steel grate. Manual release. I opened it. Rain, night, freedom, the other Tyler stopped. "Aren't you coming?" He shook his head. "Only one." "Why?" "Because if we both go out, nobody will know." I didn't understand. Then he said, "I remember getting the emergency alert." "So do I." "I remember driving here." "So do I." "I remember finding Devon." "So do I." He smiled. Exactly, maybe at some point inside the lab, the distinction had already been lost. Maybe I was a copy too. I wanted to ask which of us was original. He knew. Doesn't matter. It matters to me. "No," voices approached. He pushed me through the grate. Go, I stumbled into rain. Turned, he closed it, locked from inside. Wait. He stood behind the metal. Then said, if you hear yourself calling, don't answer. The footsteps reached him. Dark shapes filled the tunnel. He turned. I ran through mud, trees, fence. I found my car. Unlocked, drove. I never looked back. That was 5 days ago. The facility made the news. Chemical incident. 1 dead. Several hospitalized. That's what they said publicly. Nobody mentioned an outbreak. Nobody mentioned missing responders. Nobody contacted me. My company phone stopped working. Employee access disabled. I called police. They told me the facility had already reported all personnel accounted for. I gave my name. The dispatcher paused, then said, sir, Tyler Hayes is not missing. I stopped. What? He was treated and released yesterday. My hands tightened around the phone. Where? I can't give medical information. I hung up. I went to my apartment. Didn't enter. From across the parking lot, I saw someone through my window. Me, moving normally, making coffee. I watched for almost 10 minutes. He wore my clothes, used my mug. Opened the refrigerator. Then my phone rang. My number. I answered. My voice, hey. I couldn't speak. He continued, you should come home. No, we're okay. We? Pause, then laughter. Not sinister. Mine perfect, I'm okay. I hung up. Since then, I've been moving between hotels. Cash when possible. No family. No friends. I don't want anyone around me long enough to give whatever this is more information. But I don't think distance matters. Yesterday, my mother called. She said, Tyler, why did you leave without saying anything? I lied. What do you mean? You were here this morning. My blood went cold. No, yes, you talked to me? She laughed. Of course. What did I say? You said you were feeling better. I asked, did I hug you? Pause. Yes, I almost cried. That means it has her now, or at least her memory of me. I told her not to let me inside again. She thought I was joking. Then she said something worse. You've been acting more like yourself lately, more like myself. That is how this wins. Not by making a bad copy, by making a better one. The version people remember. Patient son, good employee, normal neighbor. Meanwhile, I'm exhausted, terrified, unshaven, living in motels. Which version would you believe? This morning, I found a message on my phone. No sender. Lab formatting. Project Echofauna. Subject stability report. Reference Tyler Hayes. Then divergence remains. 2 images. Me. One looked tired. Me now. The other looked healthy. Clean, calm, my apartment version. Below, convergence required. I deleted it. Returned, I destroyed the phone. Bought another. Message appeared within an hour. Same words. Convergence required. I understand now. The infected don't want to kill me. They want to finish the repair. 2 versions of Tyler means an inconsistency. The system cannot tolerate inconsistency. It will keep comparing, learning, correcting, until there is only one stable version. I don't know what happens to the other. Maybe absorption, maybe death, maybe something worse. I haven't slept properly since escaping. Whenever I close my eyes, I hear the ventilation alarm. Beep, 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 then Devon. Tyler, last night. I dreamed I was back inside Lab 237. 4 bodies on the floor. I fixed the exhaust. Cloud cleared. But when I looked down, all 4 bodies had my face. Then one sat up. Asked, which one called you? I woke. Someone was knocking on my hotel door. 3 knocks. Pause. 3, I stayed silent. Then Devon's voice, maintenance. No, then my voice, Tyler, open up. I didn't. It continued for an hour. Then stopped. This morning, the hallway camera showed nobody. Of course, but something had been left outside. A contamination suit. Folded, clean, my employee badge on top. I picked up the badge with gloves, photo, me, name, Tyler Hayes, everything normal. Then I turned it over. Written in black marker, returned for final calibration. I left. I'm writing this in my car now. It is raining again, same kind of rain as that night. I've been driving west for 3 hours. I thought distance might help. It hasn't. 20 minutes ago, a black SUV appeared behind me. Facility vehicle. Same kind external response used. It is followed every turn. Doesn't get closer. Doesn't fall behind. My phone rang. Unknown, I answered because I already knew. My voice. You're making this difficult. What happens if I come back? We fix it. What happens to me? You stop being different. That doesn't answer me. It does. I asked, which one is real? Long pause. Then real isn't useful. Call ended. That might be the most frightening thing anyone has said to me. Real isn't useful. Stable is useful. Consistent, functional, something that can walk into work and pass a conversation. Something that remembers enough. Something everyone accepts. The SUV is still behind me. I turned onto a rural highway. No traffic. Trees, rain, then my dashboard warning lights came on. Electrical fault. Of course. Maintenance problem. I laughed. Actually laughed. The car slowed. I pulled over. SUV stopped 50 yards back. Nobody got out. I grabbed the tire iron, waited, driver door opened. A man stepped out. Me, blue jeans, dark jacket. Normal, he stood in the rain. Then passenger doors opened. Devon, the woman researcher. 2 response team members, all normal looking. No red eyes, no saliva, no aggression. They walked toward me calmly. I locked the doors. My copy stopped beside the hood. He smiled. Normal smile. Tapped the glass. Tyler, I didn't answer. He said, you're cold. Same thing Devon said outside the cold room. You're tired. True. Come back. No, you don't have to keep doing this. What are you? He looked confused. We're you. No, parts. The others stood behind him. We all have parts. Devon spoke with my voice, your fear. Woman, your memories. Responder, your habits. The second responder, your voice. My copy placed the hand against the window. And you have ours. I thought of the contamination, the visual contact, the synchronized movement. Maybe escaping didn't leave me clean. Maybe the reason I knew things about the project so quickly wasn't only the tablet. Maybe fragments were already inside me. I remembered one of the researchers' names without reading it. I hadn't noticed until now. Dr. Elaine Mercer. The woman outside. I knew she had 2 daughters. I knew she hated coffee. I knew her left knee hurt when it rained. Those weren't my memories. I started shaking. My copy watched. See? No, there is no Tyler anymore. He said it gently. There's just where Tyler is distributed. I almost opened the door. Not because I trusted him. Because for 1 second, I wanted the confusion to stop. That is what convergence offers. No uncertainty. No isolation. No wondering which thoughts belong to whom. One mind, shared stable. Then I remembered the cold room copy. The one who told me to run. He still thought he was me. That meant differences survived. At least temporarily. I asked through the glass, what happened to the other Tyler? The copy's expression changed. Tiny hesitation. That was enough. He's still in the facility. No response. You didn't converge him. Silence. You couldn't. His smile faded. Behind him, the others shifted, not synchronized. For the first time, slightly different. I understood. The system wasn't perfect. Every copy carried different fragments. Differences kept appearing. Human identity was too messy to stabilize completely. That was why it needed constant comparison, constant correction. Every person it absorbed made the network larger, but also more inconsistent. They weren't becoming one perfect mind. They were drowning in each other. I said, you need me because you're losing track. My copy hit the window. Hard there, anger real. You don't know which Tyler is supposed to be the reference. Another hit. Crack. I started the car. Engine turned. Some electrical miracle. I slammed into drive. My copy moved aside. I accelerated. The SUV followed. Still following now. I have maybe half a tank of gas. I don't know where I'm going. But I know what I'm not doing. I'm not returning. Because I think the original emergency in Lab 237 was never the fume hood. The ventilation system worked exactly as designed once I manually reset it. The real failure was the experiment itself. They tried to build a virus that could repair brains by borrowing healthy patterns. Instead, they made something that can't understand where one person ends and another begins. It treats individuality as damage, difference as an error, memory as shared material. And now, it's trying to repair all of us. I received another message a minute ago. Project Echofauna. Reference conflict detected. Then, primary subject selection required, 2 buttons beneath it. Tyler A, Tyler B. I'm not pressing either. The SUV behind me just flashed its headlights. My radio turned on by itself. Static, then Devin, choose. No, the woman, choose. No, my voice, choose. I turned the radio off, came back on. Then a different voice. Weak, from far away. The Tyler in the cold room. Or tunnel. Or wherever they kept him. Don't. I gripped the steering wheel. You're alive? Static, Tyler? I don't know. That answer made me cry, not because it was reassuring, because it sounded like me. Exactly what I would say. I don't know. He continued, they can't finish if nobody agrees. Agrees to what? Which one is you? The message on my phone changed. Primary subject selection required. Tyler A, Tyler B. Then a third option appeared. Merge. I threw the phone out the window. The SUV swerved. For the first time, it broke perfect distance. That means something. Maybe denying the choice matters. Maybe identity requires participation. Maybe the system can copy everything except the final act of deciding who you are. I don't know. But I'm holding on to that. The road ahead is climbing into the mountains, rain getting heavier. The SUV is farther back now. I can barely see it. My heater stopped working. Cold air. My hands are numb. For some reason, I keep thinking about the first message. 3:19 a.m. Devon. We have a fume hood in alarm mode. I assumed he asked for help. Maybe he did. Maybe some part of him understood what was happening and called the one person who could fix the ventilation. But maybe another part wanted me there. Maybe both were true simultaneously. That is the worst thing about this. There may be no clean line between victim and monster anymore. Devon attacked me. Devon warned me. A Tyler copy tried to replace me. Another Tyler saved me. Maybe each of us contains pieces trying to help and pieces trying to converge. If so, this isn't an infection that turns people evil. It removes the walls between them. And once those walls are gone, everything gets mixed together. Love, fear, aggression, memory, need, the SUV just disappeared from my mirror. I should feel relieved. Instead, my company phone is ringing. The one I destroyed. I can hear it. Inside the back seat. Emergency alarm. Same sound. I haven't turned around. The screen glow is reflecting faintly in the rearview mirror. There's someone sitting behind me. Contamination suit. Helmet. Face hidden. The phone stopped ringing. Then, my own voice came from the back seat. Tyler, I'm still driving. I am not looking. Do you remember being called at 3:19? Yes, I answered without thinking. The figure leaned closer. Good. My stomach dropped. Why? Because I don't. I looked in the mirror. The visor was raised. My face. But older somehow. Exhausted, part of the cheek scarred. He looked terrified. I've been waiting 6 months. I nearly lost control of the car. What? 6 months? I started working at the facility 6 months ago. He continued, "You think the accident happened 5 days ago?" "Yes," he shook his head. "No, the road blurred." "What are you talking about?" "Check the date." I did. My phone. August, not June. Months, I stared. That couldn't be right. My memory said 5 days. Hotel, calls, driving, but the calendar said months had passed. The man behind me whispered, "They reset the reference whenever divergence gets too large." I felt sick. "How many times?" He closed his eyes. "I don't know." "Then, you've escaped before." "No, you always escape." "No, you always think it started with the call." The siren sound returned from the company phone. He held it out. "Screen, emergency alert." "Tyler, it's Devon. We have a fume hood in alarm mode." Same message. "Stop. They keep giving you the beginning you remember best. Stop. Then they let you rebuild yourself." I couldn't breathe. Why? Because every version is slightly different. Reference conflict. The system wasn't simply chasing me. It was testing iterations. Running Tyler again and again, seeing which version converged best. I whispered, "Which one are you?" He looked at me. "I'm the one who stopped going back." Then he pointed ahead. Road, rain, a building emerged through trees. Impossible, the research facility. Same front entrance, same dark windows. We were hundreds of miles away. Or I thought we were. I hit the brakes. Car stopped. The man behind me vanished. The facility stood ahead. Main doors open. Red emergency lights. From inside, beep, 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 my company phone displayed 3:19 a.m. I looked at the dashboard clock. 3:19. Again, the front gate had no guards. Again, the east wing contamination alarm screamed. Again, and now I understand why the facility looked wrong the first night. Why no security was there. Why the doors opened for me. Why everything seemed arranged. I wasn't responding to an accident. I was entering a reconstruction. A loop built from my own memory of the incident. Each time, the system runs me through it. Each time, I react. Each time, it learns more about which Tyler I believe I am. I don't know how many times this has happened. Maybe 5. Maybe 50. Maybe the real Tyler died 6 months ago. Maybe the original never made it out of Lab 237. Maybe every version since has been reconstructed from what the network could salvage. But if you're reading this, something changed this time. I remembered enough to write it down before going inside. And I'm not going in. The alarm is still blaring. My phone just received Devon's message again. "Tyler, it's Devon. We have a fume hood in alarm mode. I'm heading there now, but I need you here ASAP." Then a second message arrived. One I have never seen before. "Do not fix the hood." Another, "The gas is not escaping." Then it is what keeps them separate. I stared at the building, the dark cloud inside Lab 237. I thought it was contamination. What if it wasn't? What if whatever fumes filled the lab prevented neural synchronization? What if closing the hood and restoring ventilation was the mistake? Maybe I didn't save anyone. Maybe I cleared away the only thing stopping the infected subjects from merging. The first time through, I fixed the hood. Then 4 people stood up. After that, everything spread. The message continues. If you go inside, leave the alarm running. I don't know who sent it. Devon, another Tyler. Me from a previous loop. Doesn't matter. I finally have a different choice. The facility doors are open. The red lights are flashing. Someone is standing inside the lobby. Me. He is waving. Behind him, Devon. 3 researchers. Response team. Security, dozens, all wearing different fragments of my face. They are not attacking. They are waiting. The version of me in front raised one hand, then pointed toward the east wing. The alarm continues. Beep, beep, beep. he shouted through the rain, "Come fix it." "No, I am putting the car in reverse." The figure stopped smiling. "Tyler," I kept backing up. "Your maintenance." That word almost got me. Duty, Job, fixing systems. The entire identity they built around me. The reliable person who gets called when something breaks. I realized that was why every reconstruction begins the same way. An emergency. Something needs fixing. Tyler goes. That is the behavioral pattern they know will bring me back. So I'm doing the one thing every previous version apparently failed to do. I'm leaving the alarm on. The figure in the lobby is screaming now. Not words. Then all of them scream. The building shakes. Dark clouds are pouring from the east side. Good. Let them. Maybe the cloud kills them. Maybe it contains them. Maybe it kills me too eventually. I don't know. But I refuse to repair another thing for them. The research facility is disappearing behind rain. My phone says 3:20. First time the minute changed, I'm driving. 3:21. Still driving. 3:22. I started laughing. I haven't seen those numbers in what feels like forever. Then my phone buzzed. One final message. Unknown sender. Thank you. Below it, reference divergence accepted. Then, Tyler instance released. I don't know what released means. I don't know if I'm real. I don't know whether I have a home that exists outside this loop. But the road ahead is becoming unfamiliar. That feels like the best thing I have ever seen. There is sunrise behind the mountains. My hands are shaking. The radio is silent. No alarms, no voices. Nothing, except one problem. A few miles back, I passed a car going toward the facility. Same make as mine. Driver looked like me. He was holding a company phone. As we passed each other, I saw his screen light up. Emergency alert. He looked confused. Then turned toward the access road. I almost stopped him. Almost, but I remembered what the system does with recognition. Reference, comparison, correction. So I kept driving. I don't know whether that was another copy beginning the loop, or the original Tyler finally being called for the first time. Either way, I couldn't risk looking long enough to decide. Because maybe that is how it starts over. Maybe the system doesn't need a virus anymore. Maybe it only needs one Tyler to look at another and ask which one belongs. So I'm not asking. I'm driving toward sunrise. And for the first time since 3:19 in the morning, I'm letting something stay broken.